Okay, Rollingwood City Council will come to order at 7:14, Wednesday, January 19th, 2022. Please call the roll.
Brooke Brown here.
Alec Robinson here.
Phil McDuffie here.
Sarah Hudson here.
Gavin Massigill here. Come to order. All right. With that, we will move on to public comment. Item number 2, citizens wishing to address the council for items not on the agenda. Do we have anything? Carrie? Nothing? Nothing. Okay, great. I will throw one thing in that's not on the agenda, council members. If you'll notice on the desk, we've got these nice little door hangers that we have announcing the Oak Wilt Town Hall meeting. Also, everyone at home listening, we are having a town hall meeting on Oak Wilt. We've got some volunteers in the community who are graciously helping us hang these. Each council member has 4 or 5 on their desk. We have some more if you would like them, but feel free to distribute those. The town hall meeting is Tuesday, January 25th, 6 p.m. here at City Hall. We do have someone from the A&M Forest Service coming in to speak to residents, so hopefully everyone can attend. And Phil, thank you for your help in helping get the ball rolling and working with Carrie on that.
Mostly Carrie.
Yes, ma'am, Shanti.
So, Jay's trying to watch it. He says he can't see anything. It's not on the website or on YouTube.
We are live on YouTube right now.
You are? Okay.
And you can also join the Zoom link on the agenda.
Okay. I'll tell him to do that and see if it works.
See if that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm showing us live on YouTube on our main YouTube channel right now.
Okay.
I can stream the link if we need.
Yeah, I'll try. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Okay.
Good question. So are the volunteers, have the city covered with the door hangers?
I think they're mainly, it's Kevin. I think they're mainly focused around, he is mainly focused around the area of the Oak Wilt. So if we need to put it in other areas, we can.
So if I wanted to pass them out to my neighbors, they won't be getting double?
That's correct. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that, we'll move on to we'll move on to public hearings. Item number 3, public hearing, discussion, and possible action adopting an ordinance amending Chapter 107, Article 5, Division 3, Board of Adjustment of the City of Rollingwood Code of Ordinances as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And I will ask Charlie to walk through this. Charlie was gracious to attend Planning and Zoning meeting and walk through line by line all of this, these items with the Planning and Zoning Commission. What's before you, council members, is a very much boiled down version. As we discussed last time, there were other items that had found their way into the draft language. What is before you tonight is the boiled down version that is just trying to address the specific issues related to getting us compliant with state statute. So with that, I will ask Charlie to just give a quick recap of anything I missed. If he wants to go line by line, or you want him to go line by line, he can, or we can move quickly. It's at your discretion, council members. Charlie?
I can certainly give a brief overview. Based on the discussion at the last city council meeting, I went back through the ordinance and only made those changes that I believe were necessary for purposes of bringing the ordinance into compliance with state law. To be consistent, that's probably a better way to say it. Be consistent with state law. I'm happy to go through any specific provisions. I'm happy to go through it line by line. I did do that with the Planning and Zoning Commission. They approved the proposed changes unanimously. The one thing that the Planning and Zoning Commission did that I did not propose, but I drafted to be consistent with their recommendation, is on page 5 of the draft exhibit, beginning on, let's see, is it on page 5? No, I apologize. It's not on page 5. It is on page 10, line 251. It Planning and zoning is recommending that a sign be placed in front of the property for additional notice when a variance or special exception is being requested by the property owner. And so I did draft that language. I had a brief exchange with Councilmember Brown earlier this afternoon, who suggested that perhaps we include in this particular provision additional language that dictates what's beyond the sign. I think that is a good suggestion. And I proposed some language, and I don't know, Councilmember Brown, if you had a chance to review that proposed language or not, but from the standpoint of the Planning and Zoning Commission, that's really all I have to report. Again, I can answer specific questions, or we can go through it line by line if that's your choice.
I'll just address briefly that last point. The new language regarding placing a sign to give passersby and neighbors notice of a variance was proposed by Planning and Zoning, and the only suggestion I had and talked with Charlie about is that we include just a sentence that says what the sign will say. And
Yes,
so,
ma'am.
that would be that the sign shall include the name of the applicant, the variance or special exception being requested by the applicant, the date, time, and location of the hearing.
And that is, I think, a very good suggestion, and easily put in the exact same section where it was, where the sign notice is currently placed.
Do you need to, if that were what council were inclined to do, do you need to give some specificity on where that goes in the draft?
No, I don't think specificity is necessary to the adoption of the ordinance. I would request though specificity with the language, and Councilmember Brown's suggestion is good. It could read, sign shall include the name of the applicant, the variance or special exception being requested by the applicant, and the date, time, and location of the hearing.
And those words to be inserted where?
On page, in section 107494, subsection C.
At the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does that meet your
Yes.
intention?
Yes.
Is that your motion, Councilwoman?
That is my motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Sorry, I did it like that so that it would be clear in the recording when Ashley goes back. Okay, is there further discussion?
Just one note. Members of the council, you'll know that Charlie and I exchanged briefing, and at the conclusion of that in our conversation today, we've agreed to agree. So, thanks, Charlie, for your work on this.
Of course, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that was a great trial run. We're still in public hearing, so what I'm going to do is, now that we've really stated all of those nuances in the public hearing, I'm going to back out and close the public hearing at this time. The public hearing is closed at 7:23 on this item, and now we will.
I'll present my motion again, and that is that we approve the ordinance as drafted with the addition of a sentence at the end of subsection 107494C that would say the sign shall include the name of the applicant, the variance or special exception being requested, and the date, time, and location of the hearing.
Okay, you've heard the
And
restated.
with that, I move adoption.
All right, you've heard the restated motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's still a second. Now, if you have further discussion, you may have it. And if there's not, I will call the vote. All those,
I have one
Yes.
little question, and this is, like, there's a very slight change being made, and I just want to make sure that and I don't think the change that's being made changes the word, it changes the meaning of what's in here already, and I'm not sure I understand what's in So in section 107.483, kind of lines, C, anyway, it talks about the board is composed of 5 members, and then there are 4 alternates, and then it says, alternates serve in the absence of one of the regular members, so that all cases heard by the board will always be heard by at least 75% of the members, regular or alternate. So the math is not making sense to me. Because at a board adjustment meeting, you have to have 5 people, right? And 4.
Yeah, how many are,
So you have 5 regular and 4 alternates, that's 9 people. So, do you have to have 75%? Anyway, I'm just not sure what this means, because it's supposed to be heard by at least 75% of the members. Is that 75% of 5 or 75% of 9?
I apologize for interrupting. I understand your concern. I would propose perhaps that it be revised to be read that the will always be heard by at least 4 members, period, because that's 75%.
Of the,
75% of what?
of only the regular members.
Well, I'm not sure how to describe, that's actually language right out of the statute, except for the regular or alternate. The
my guess is
statute,
it's members
actually-
present and voting. It's
Yeah.
probably not your alternates. It's probably.
yeah, it doesn't, that's correct. The 75% does not include the alternates. It only includes regular members. So we could also revise it to state 75% of the membership.
Or you
Well,
could say it to 75%.
That would be larger than
That doesn't
the 5
Clear
members.
it up.
Yeah, if we put the language out of the statute actually says each case before the Board of Adjustment must be heard by at least 75% of the members. That's what the statute actually says. And the statute actually contemplates a set number of regular members, alternates. And the purpose of the alternates is to ensure that you can always have a number of people of 75%.
Right. Yeah.
And so, I'm certainly happy to entertain any language that you believe better clarifies the current draft.
Because it's basically ensuring a super majority.
Well, there's 3 places where that percentage and the numbers of members comes into play. Here, it's how many people here at 483 lines 11 to 13. It's how many members hear the appeal. There's another place where it's how many members vote.
Right.
And that is stated as 4, not 75% of the members who hear the case.
Right.
So,
Yeah, they're doing a super majority. They're requiring a super majority on the vote and a super majority on the numbers that hear it.
Correct.
well, if the hearing is heard by more than 5 members, then you could have less than 75% majority, because the language in here says 4 must vote in favor,
But
as
do we
opposed to
ever-
75%. So those 2 provisions need to work together.
Do we ever have more than 5 people sitting at a Board of Adjustment meeting?
I think
I think that, so let me try to help here. So the board consists of 5 members. So no case should ever be heard by more than 5 members. I think part of the confusion is the original ordinance says that the city has created a Board of Adjustment consisting of 5 members who are residents, but does not call them regular members in that first sentence. It just says the city has created a Board of Adjustment consisting of 5 members who are residents of the city. And then the council is required to appoint 4 alternate members. And the alternate members will only sit on a board hearing or case if there is a vacancy or if one of the regular members cannot be at the meeting or if one of the regular members has a conflict of interest. And we have to ensure that at least 4 people hear it. The best situation, of course, is if we have 5, but at least 4. And then on the vote, if all 5 members are present, at least 4 people have to vote in the affirmative to take action. And only 4 people are present, all 4 have to vote in the affirmative in order to take action.
So could this be clarified by, rather than putting in a percentage, just saying 4 members?
Right, just at the end, just say so that all cases heard by the board will always be heard by at least 4 members,
Okay, yes,
period.
we can do.
I mean, that just to me is more clear. If that's legal and that's what we're trying to get at.
Yes, ma'am. I'm perfect. I think that was my first suggestion, so I'm completely comfortable with that.
Okay.
Do you want to state that motion and we'll change it when we change the other language too?
Yes, do I need to do it as an amendment to the motion on?
I'd say just do it as an original change to the an original motion that changes the language, and then we'll fix it in the final.
Brooke, do you want to change it
Well,
since you
I'm
put the
just
motion
thinking,
down?
if we want to make sure that it's not heard by more than 5 members, we should say that it's heard by at least 4 members and not more than 5 members.
That sounds great.
Does that pass? Is that okay, Charlie?
Yes, sir. I'm comfortable with that as well.
Okay. You want to make the motion?
You want me to make a motion?
Yeah.
I would move that we make a second amendment to the proposed ordinance that is, this would amend the language in subsection C of section 107483 so that the last sentence would read, alternate members shall, upon request by the chairperson of the board, serve on the board in the absence of one or more regular members, so that all cases heard by the board will always be heard by at least 4 members of the board and not more than 5 members, comma, regular or alternate.
You've heard the motion. Is there a second? There is a second. You have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion, council?
Do we need to withdraw the first motion that we didn't vote on?
On the other one? No, I think we can just add this to it.
I think this is just instead of, oh, I guess it is just.
It's a second
Okay.
amendment.
Yeah, it's a second motion,
Sorry.
yeah. No problem.
Yeah.
Further discussion? Hearing none, I will,
Which one are we voting on?
yeah, oh yeah, we didn't vote on the first one. That's what you said.
So
Oh.
maybe that motion was to amend your original motion. We'll vote on this amendment. If it passes, then we'll vote on the
Yeah.
full
this-
motion as amended.
Yeah,
maybe.
this is amendment to the amendment. Yes.
Yes? Okay.
It's amendment to the amendment. So all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, say aye. Opposed, say no.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion carries. Amendment is amended. Now, you have the original motion before you. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, say no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Councilman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilmember McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Okay, we got through that. Thank you, council. With that, we will move on to item number 4, public hearing, discussion, and possible action on a request for a variance from section 2490, subsection B of the city's code of ordinances requiring that the information display on a monument sign is limited to the name and logo of the residing establishments. And before we get going on this, council, we're going to do just a quick meeting in Ashley's office to consult with Legal counsel under section 551.071 pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code. It'll be real quick. We'll do that, and then we'll come right back.
At 7:33.
And we're doing that at 7:33.
They've gone into executive session, I think. Do you have his number there that I can talk to him?
This isn't. Here, it's going. There's something. Oh.
Test, test.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Should I be testing back?
Only if you would like to. You're always welcome to. But we did hear you, so that's good.
We're good to go.
Okay, council is back from executive session. No actions were taken, and we are back at 7:43 into regular session. With that, we will move, we will go back to item number 4, public hearing, discussion, and possible action on request for variance from section 2490B of the city's Code of Ordinances requiring that the information displays on a monument sign limited in the name and logo of the residing establishments. I think you have information in your packets, members, on this item. Do we want to have Carrie give us a quick refresh on this item?
Good evening, everyone. So this item is coming back regarding the directional information that is included on a monument sign for Austin Eye Clinic, 2700 Bee Cave Road. Can you hear me? Okay. At the last meeting, they were granted a variance for the placement of the monument sign to be closer than the setbacks. This is an additional variance request to allow the additional information to be included on that monument sign.
Council, do you have discussion, motions, whatever you would like to do?
I move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
I just want to note that the sign is already there, and so that perhaps we should make sure that people are aware that they are supposed to get approval before they install
I did notice
the
that.
signs.
Thank you, Sarah.
I did notice that on Tuesday when I returned from being out.
We would maybe, when you give them the good news that their variance was approved, tell them to do it in the proper order next time, if you would. Tell them it was close.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have something? I did, yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't on that one. Well, yeah, I did. That one came up from executive. No. Okay, it's a rough night for the mayor tonight, members. I'm going to open a public hearing on the last item related to this variance. It is now open at 7:46. Does anyone wish to comment in public comment? Public hearing. I'm now closing public hearing at 7:46 because no one wished to testify. And now I am back at the regular hearing. I would have you restate your motion real quick.
I just said I move approval of the variance as requested.
There is a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Further discussion. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Motion carries 4-0. Thank you, council members. It's been a long day for me. Thank goodness we're out of the public hearings. Okay, we are now moving on to presentations. Moving to item number 5, presentation and discussion on the quarterly investment report for the first quarter. Abel will be recognized to give us a quick rundown.
The city of Rolling Wood invests all its funds with the text pool. We only use text pool. We consider it to be a very safe, even though the yields from text pool are not high, obviously, because of the safety factor. For the first quarter of the current fiscal year, the city of Rolling Wood has approximately $536,000 invested with text pool. The interest that was earned during the first quarter was approximately $50, and the yield was about 4 basis points. And the funds that have invested, the $536,000 is comprised of funds from the general fund, water fund, wastewater fund. Any questions?
Council, any questions for Abel?
Hey, John. Hey, just want to let you know, I found a Zoom link on the website, Rolling Wood website.
Yes, in fact, you did. Hey, we're good, Shanti. We got it. Okay. Council members, any questions for Abel? Hearing none. So, council members, just a quick explanation. So, this is an item. The quarterly investment report is something that we were not good about doing several years ago, and it was a recommendation from the credit rating agency with city. Several years ago, and so we've implemented this as well as the next item on a quarterly basis, and it's just a good best practice that we've gotten into, and Abel does a great job with it. So if there are no other questions for Abel on item number 5, we will move on to item number 6. Item number 6, presentation and discussion on the budget review for the first quarter. Abel?
As of December 31st, the city of Rolling Wood is approximately 25% through the fiscal year, and some of the items that I would like to bring to the attention of council to see where are we with the proposed budget versus where are we in how much money we have received and expended. As far as current property taxes are concerned, we have collected through December 31st about 48% of the estimated revenue that we had set up for the current year, and we also have exceeded through December 31st, the amount that we had collected the previous year by approximately $120,000. So the 48% though, most of the time, collections peak in December and January. So after January, they will tail off because of the penalties if the taxpayer doesn't pay. But the city of Rollywood in the past has been real good as far as the taxpayers are concerned in paying their taxes. We normally will collect for the year 98, 99% of the levy that was issued. Also on sales taxes. Right now we have collected about 30% of the estimated revenue that we had established, so that is exceeding where we are right now. And sales taxes, even though they go up and down from month to month, they are fairly constant. So we also have exceeded what we collected at the same time last year by about $9,000. As far as the general fund is concerned, big picture wise, revenue we're at 34%, but again, that may be skewed a little bit by the property taxes. Expenditures, we're right on the budget at 25%. And water and wastewater, on the revenues and expenditures, we're slightly above where we need to be. And any questions on any items? And in the future also, if council wants me to address other items that you don't have in front of you, let me know and I'll include them next time. And again, this is for your review. So if you want to know about something, let me know, and I'll include it next time.
So, Abel, how is the electric utility franchise fee paid?
They pay us on a quarterly basis, and the city of Austin usually is about 2 months late in paying us. So it seems like as time goes by, they're more slower than they usually have been in the past.
So shouldn't we have gotten, if they're 2 months late, shouldn't we have gotten the third quarter payment in last quarter?
Well, it should have been, money belonged to the previous fiscal year.
Okay. So it would show up, even if it came in late, it would show up on last year's report, so.
Right.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any other questions? All right, thank you, as always, Abel.
Yes, sir.
Great job. Moving on to item number 7, presentation and discussion regarding installation of a high water detection system on Bee Caves Road by Txdot. And I'll recognize Chief Brady to give us a little bit of an update, and then I think maybe Ms. Patillo is here to make a comment. All right, great. Give us some history. Chief?
So if you see in your packets, we have what Txdot has sent, and I believe will be the final plan. Of course, this is to address safety concerns with the high water crossing at the 29-3000 block of Bee Caves Road. This has been an ongoing project. I took over in 2019, late in 2019, but obviously individuals have been working before me. So I'd like to recognize Epi Gonzalez with Txdot, Amber Lewis, former city administrator, and Amy Patillo did a lot of work. We went from having to maybe pay $50K to nothing, where they're going to cover the cost. So that's I think that's noteworthy. So basically, they're just going to be similar to the signs. I believe they're marked road may flood. They're going to be just flashing signals. It's going to be solar powered, and it's going to be a wireless. There'll be a device in the creek that measures the level. They'll also send a signal to CTEC so that ATX Flood and the different organizations and entities that need to know about the high water will be notified. There'll be, on the east side, there'll be a device by the Jiffy Lube or Goodyear. This will provide enough warning for folks to turn around at Montebello. On the west side, there'll be one across the street from the Austin Compounding Pharmacy. And this will give opportunities for people to turn around either on BK Woods before, or if they get past the sign, at the Tremont There'll also be flood gauges installed right near the creek to give us an accurate idea of the height of the water. The time of, they're supposed to start at the end of this month, and they were looking at a 4 to 6 window of completion. Now, our officers would still have to put up barricades, but I think, there wouldn't be as an immediate need for them to, if they're on a call or doing something, to get over there. There'll be an instantaneous, if it all works properly, warning for making our roadways much safer. So, is there any questions?
You said they'd be up in 4 to 6, is that weeks?
So
Or
that's
two to-
the
two to-
information.
two-
This is was relayed by Mr. Kevin Plumley. He's I guess the new project manager on this. He's taken over from Mr. Gonzalez, and his email and correspondence to me was they would begin the project at the end of the month, and then they anticipate completion within 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay.
They were waiting for materials. They had the same supply issues as much of the country, and now those materials are in place for them to begin the work.
So is that gonna have any ability to notify the police department as well? Are you guys gonna be able to?
We would via CTEC, the dispatch. So if we were unaware, and I can't imagine we wouldn't be, but if we were unaware, they're going to get that information and they'll broadcast it out.
But the actual water level?
I'm not sure. That might be getting more detailed in terms of the actual level. I think there's a level that's preset that's going to trigger it. I'm not sure what that. Are you familiar with the? Yeah, I think if it's crossing the roadway is what I would hazard to guess.
I just wondered if there was any way for us to monitor, if they're measuring the level, if there's any way for us to monitor the level and then be able to correlate the level where they're measuring it with, say, the level at Edgegrove, so that the police department would know at what point you need to close the gates over there?
Right. Yeah, no, that's a great thought. So I don't know. It's all going to be wireless, so there may be an opportunity to collect that detailed of data, or there may not.
I mean, that may be
Yeah.
that would be a correlation that we
Yeah.
would need to come up with, but
Right.
it seems like that would be good information to know,
Absolutely.
so
Yeah.
that they could close the gates before.
Yeah, let's check on that. If they'll text me, I can go walk down there and close it. So.
So they can close the gates while they
If you can
still
get
back
there.
into
Yeah,
town before
exactly.
the water's too high.
Right.
Or I'll tell my 14-year-old because he'll be down there looking at it anyway. So, yeah, that would be great. Let's do check and see if that's something that we can tap into.
Absolutely. Yeah.
All right, any other questions for the chief?
Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
thanks.
Ms. Patillo,
Thanks to Amy.
the chair
Also.
recognizes Ms. Patillo and thanks her for her work on this project for some time.
Well, I saw it on the agenda, Amy Patillo, 3 Rockaway Cove. I saw it on the agenda.
Did you get
and
excited?
I did get really excited because I knew that Chief Brady would continue to make sure that this project happened, and I really appreciate him staying on top of it. And I also knew he would be a little bit modest about the work that he did, so I thought I would just give a brief statement as well. I really want to commend the city's entire executive team, including Chief Brady, for their exemplary work on addressing the safety issue that we have on Bee Caves Road on the low water crossing. And one thing I wanted to note is that at least 5 mayors have worked in earnest to try to address the low water crossing as part of a still needed larger project on Bee Caves Road of adding the remaining center turn lane and addressing other needed safety and drainage infrastructure on that roadway. It has been challenging to get that project ever out of the planning stages. So we now have Mayor Massengill, who is going to take the torch on this project that is decades in the
You didn't
making.
tell me you were going to say that.
And I will offer my help wherever I can. But I wanted to note there is an incredible email that Chief Brady drafted in November of 2020, and I don't know if it's in your packet or not, but that was around the time that Chief Brady noticed that the conversations that we were having with Txdot about Bee Caves Road stalled again for the 100th time on trying to get the big project done. And he took the initiative with City Administrator Amber Lewis and Assistant Chief Pompa to send an email to Txdot requesting that they discuss with our executive team for our city more immediate practical ideas to mitigate the situation. And I think that he provided a lot of great detail about the history of what's happened at that crossing with our officer and another officer losing her life on the same weekend that one of our officers was swept away, and the need for our area to not just stay in the planning stages on water safety issues, but move into real practical solutions. And so in response to that, we had another meeting with Txdot, and during that meeting, Txdot provided us information for the first time about a study that they had done around our region that includes a number of different low water crossings where they had already done the engineering. It was already up to 60% on installing these high water detection systems. I asked Txdot for a price tag if the city of Rollingwood would like to pay to have this installed, because I felt like it was one of those types of solutions that would be practical and immediate and would give some type of relief to the situation. And we were told $50,000. So I started making calls to see if we could fundraise that amount, thinking that there's probably businesses along Bee Caves Road as well as residents who would find that a worthy thing to invest in. And then several weeks later, before I could even present the item at the council meeting in February of last year, Txdot emailed and said that in a very rare moment in Txdot history, they had found the money to fully fund the project. So I had the rare opportunity at last February's council meeting, a little less than a year ago, to let the council know about this project that had been discussed and the opportunity to agree to it with no funding required from the city of Rollingwood.
You had us at no funding.
I will say that the other thing I think that's interesting about this project is it's a pilot project, and so it is something that hopefully Txdot will be evaluating, and that we as a city can provide information about how we're interacting with it, and it's something that could be implemented in other low water crossings. The other thing I want to say, though, is that Chief Brady was very firm, and I have been firm in my communications to Txdot, that this is a stopgap measure and should not be considered a substitute for finishing the improvements that we need on Bee Caves completely. But I just want to appreciate Chief Brady for being diligent throughout the summer and this fall and this winter he was the one checking in with Txdot to make sure that they got it done. They did have some delays. And also just to appreciate he and all of our staff and their care and concern for the safety of not just the residents of Rollingwood, but all who are traveling through our city each day, and then also the first responders in our area. So thank you. I'm excited to see it implemented.
Thank you.
And thank you for leave to make a comment.
Happy to. Thank you, Amy. Any other comments, questions from the dais or anywhere else? All right, again, thank you, Chief. Thanks for everyone. Thanks to everyone who worked on this project. We'll keep council apprised and look forward to having that installed. With that, council, we will move on. I'm going to make a run at the consent agenda, but I'll tell you, we've got folks waiting. We have some attorneys waiting to brief us at the 8 o'clock hour, which is upon us. If no one wishes to remove anything from the consent agenda, I'll go ahead and make a run at the consent agenda. I'm looking, I'm not seeing any. You good? Okay, I will entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
I move approval of the consent agenda.
You have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second on approval of the consent agenda. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye, opposed say no.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0. All right. With that, council, I'm going to skip down and take up item number 11. This is discussion regarding cause number D1GN150042220, Owen Brainerd and Sally Brainerd versus City of Rollingwood, Texas, Colleen Preheim and Todd Preheim. Cause number D1GN2100675, Western Hills Athletic Club v. City of Rollingwood and Rollingwood Board of Adjustment, and EEOC claim number 4512022000045, complainant Justin White. These are some legal matters before involving the city, rather. And with that, we will now recess briefly, and this won't take too long for those who are listening, but we will go to executive session for a consultation briefing with legal counsel pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Section 551.071. And we will do that at 8:05.
Looks like Gavin's.
If you, let me know. Text me.
It was warmer in there.
Yeah, definitely.
That was the cold office, the one office. This is the cold office for Abel and Sharon.
Did you not find any? You didn't find any?
No way, no.
We need to bring a little one next time.
I brought some.
Oh, you brought some in there, got it.
That's cold.
Those things are usually keep it pretty warm.
It was cold when I went in.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't have time to eat.
Okay, council has returned from executive session. Executive session is closed. We're returning to regular session at 8:43 p.m. No action was taken in executive session. And it's not posted for action. So with that, we will move on past item number 11. We will go back up to item number 10, discussion and possible action to review applications and make an appointment to the vacant position on city council. And I'll open it to the council.
So I move appointment of Roxanne McKee to the vacant city council position.
I'll second it.
You have a motion and a second, council. Is there a discussion of the applicants?
I would just like to say that, that the other applicant, I look forward to having them on planning and zoning and appreciate their engagement with the city. You know, Greg Demas, so appreciate him applying.
Yes.
But it's hard to beat Roxanne's qualifications.
Yeah, clearly Roxanne is very knowledgeable about all of the ins and outs of city business, and especially looking forward to having her oak wilt experience, because she was involved in the last trenching project, and so I think she would be very helpful in that regard also.
Sounds good. Anything else, council? All right. Yeah, and I would echo that. I'm happy to have Greg's application. Look forward to working with him. I don't have a say in this, but happy to work with whoever council appoints, and obviously Roxanne would be great and has a lot of history and knowledge of the issues. So with that, hearing no other discussion, oh, and it is also temporary, so we'll see what she decides to do when the term is up, but it's not just the rest of the unexpired term. So with that, hearing no other further discussion, we'll call the vote. Councilwoman Hudson,
Aye.
McDuffie,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries, and we look forward to having Roxanne with us. We were prepared to, whoever you appointed tonight, we could seat them tonight, but if you'll work, Ashley, with Roxanne, and we'll get her sworn in, I guess, next month, and she can join us on the dais. Okay. With that, we had a request to take item number 19 out of order. I will do that now. Discussion and possible action on how council members or the mayor refer to one another on the dais. And with that, I will recognize Sarah Hudson.
So, I don't know what the officially prescribed method is for referring to members. To me, clearly if we say Mayor Massengill or Council Member Robinson or whatever, that's intended to be a sign of respect and acknowledging our position, and I appreciate that. I personally feel like you can still be disrespectful to somebody even when you call them by that term. And I would much rather have the respect in a word and tone and the way we interact with each other, and simplify the process. It's a whole lot easier to say Phil or Gavin or Brooke instead of Council Member McDuffie. And I would, and even this evening, what do we call Ashley if we don't, we say interim city administrator Wayman, I mean, then we're getting way long. And we referred to Charlie instead of city attorney Zach. I mean, where do you go? I am totally comfortable being referred to by my first name. I think that makes it simple and easier, and I think it also acknowledges the personal aspect of this, and hopefully makes us more conscious of the relationship that we have, and that we're all working together by being more familiar instead of being more formal. So anyway, that would be my suggestion.
Noted. A couple of thoughts. One, I think it ironic that you chose to put a formal posting on the agenda to have a discussion about being less formal. And what you
How else do we get to talk about it?
You call me. I mean, I'm happy to have the discussion in front of everyone. I mean, you and I had coffee at Panera, and I said, communication was key. You tell me what you're looking for. I'll try to do things. But instead of doing that, we posted on the agenda. For 25 years, I've worked in the legislature, and it may seem odd to you, but it's actually more comfortable to me to have that level of formality when hopefully it doesn't seem like I'm too nervous up here, but I am. And so we can talk about that publicly if we need to, but that's why I fall back to that level of formality, one reason. The other reason is my job in this role is to adhere to the rules. And members generally should try to avoid mentioning another member's name whenever the person involved can be described in some other way. I mean, that is a fundamental rule, and the reason that rule is there is when you have that level of formality, that level of decorum that's called for, you make things not personal. And I think that it's good to make things not personal when you're in heated debates. That's why they do it at the legislature. That's why they do it in formal. I mean, this is government. It's not an HOA. That's why it's done. Now, that said, I have always thought that Rolling Wood does an awesome job in finding a happy medium between formality and what I would call a town hall meeting style meeting. I do call you by your first name. You all can call. We do call one another by our first names oftentimes. If I revert to that other formality, it's either because things are getting a little too hot or because I'm nervous. Up to this point, it's been because I'm nervous in this role, but you've only given me a month to settle in before you put this on the agenda instead of talking to me about it. So
I had no idea.
That's okay.
It was a touchy subject, and I certainly did not intend to cause you any distress.
Not a problem. So I have already tried to amend my ways a little bit this evening, but for the most part, I'm gonna try to be a little bit more formal because I do think I think it is what removes the personalities, and that's what parliamentarians refer to it as at the Capitol, to remove the personalities. So that's why I do it.
Well,
Brooke?
I will have to say that because of what I did for 42 years, I have some degree of formality in what I do, as it's just who I am. And I also think that when we call each other using council member, it reinforces that we are here not as ourselves, we are here in a representative capacity. And you are here in a representative capacity, and I think it adds to the dignity of the proceedings, so to speak. So I will try to be less formal, but I may not get there all the time. But I think there's some nice consequences of it.
I am not married to this idea.
And I don't take it personally. I want you to just understand my mindset when I'm coming to that. Is sometimes it's a place of comfort, and sometimes when it comes to something that's going to clearly go on the minutes, when it's a calling of a motion or calling of a vote, I am going to be more formal with that, just because I think that gives her clarity in the minutes. But when it's presentations, when it's things that have less import, I'm happy to be a little bit less formal, and I do have always appreciated that it's like that. There's lots in that book that we don't do correctly, and I've always thought that it was somewhat quaint. And so anyway.
Okay, well, I'm fine with that, and we don't need to take a vote on that, but I would like to know if we are going to continue with this terminology, how we should be addressing our city attorney and our assistant or interim city administrator, because it seems inconsistent to me to say, Ashley, what are we doing here? If we are being very formal amongst ourselves.
So that's fair. I will point out they're not elected, but I'm happy to try to, and a lot of times you'll hear me refer to Charlie as counselor, and usually if I'm saying, counselor, what do you think about that? It's when we're not just shooting the breeze back and forth, but I'm asking for a specific opinion or a specific legal something. I'll do it differently with Ms. Wayman. So, but I guess
I just want to make sure that we are extending the same level of respect to everybody.
that's fair. That's fair criticism.
That we are dealing with. So.
I don't know what the official, is it administrator? I don't know. Madam Administrator?
Ms. Wayman.
Yes.
Ms. Wayman.
Yes.
I'll accept all of the above. If I could.
Pick your poison. Okay. All right. All good.
As long as we are all being respectful and collegial, cooperative, that's the most important part of it. So.
Agreed.
All right.
Agreed with that. And
thank you for discussing it.
And
anyway.
we'll try to have some mix. I was also told by a resident the other day I had lost my humor on the dais. And I said, well, it's because I have to pay attention more in this room. I'm having to think more than when I can just check out and be like, oh, what's my joke for this one? So, anyway, but I will settle in and we will find a happy medium and get in a group. All right.
Okay.
With that, is there any action on item number 19?
No.
All right, hearing none, we will move to item number 12, discussion and possible action to consider granting term limit extensions to Chris Braden and Jim Beneke to continue serving on the Board of Adjustment and to review applications and make appointments to the Board of Adjustment. And I will, my initials are by this one, so I will open it up to say this is the item that came before council at the last board meeting. I think you're all familiar with it and remember the issues. What is in their packet, Ms. Wayman?
In your packet, I'm sorry, let me get it pulled up. There's quite a few items in there. I wanted to make sure everybody had all the information. Let's see. Okay, so first, this one is labeled as January 22, expiring board and commission member terms. This actually, it's the same document from December 2021, but I wanted to make it clear that there was one vacancy and then 2 terms that would require a term limit extension if they were to continue serving on the Board of Adjustment. Your next item is just an update of all membership of all boards and commissions showing that current vacancy on the Board of Adjustment. And I apologize for any inconsistencies between vacancies and just people that haven't been reappointed. It's kind of right in the middle of both of those at this moment. So this one just shows the current vacancy on the Board of Adjustment. The next item, next document shows everyone who's applied for any board or commission at this time, as well as the openings. Again, here 3 openings on BOA, so it's kind of between the 1 and 3 depending on whether or not these terms are extended. And then finally, you have the applications of anyone who has applied for the Board of Adjustment in the packet. I will note here that the Susan Hinton and Kevin Shell had both applied, and Robert Turner had put in his application again. He's a current alternate member that would like to serve as a regular member. Yes, I reached out to the other alternate members of the Board of Adjustment to find out if anybody was interested that was an alternate in becoming a regular member. And I heard back from Jerry Spytel that he is interested in serving as a regular member.
Thank you. So I think that sort of lays out the issue for you. I believe, prepared to zig if you zag, or however you want to proceed, Ms. Brown.
On the, I guess it's the second document, the update on membership of Rollingwood boards and commissions. It is showing Jim Benecke's term as ending December 22. Is that an error?
Oh, my apologies.
That is an error.
Yes, that is an error. On the Board of Adjustment, he should be, I guess, and that was interesting because that's when I rolled over the 2021s to 2023. So he and Chris Braden should have both been 2021.
Okay.
On that document, yes. On the Board of Adjustment, all of the regular members roll off at one time, and then all of the alternate members at one time is how it's been set up. My apologies for that error.
And we are past that December mark, which was part of the discussion last time. So we're
their term
yeah,
has.
so we're clear of that.
Official.
Their term has expired, so we're
Yeah.
good. So what I'd like to do with council is have you make a decision on the term limit extensions of Mr. Braden and Mr. Benecke. If you will make that decision, then that will inform me on what to do next in terms of appointments. As a reminder, the ordinance calls for I make the appointment, and then you have an opportunity to confirm that appointment. It's an up or down from council whether you confirm my appointment or not. My intention this evening would be whatever you do, I will make some number of appointments, and then you can either take those up tonight and confirm or deny them. But my intent would be to try to get BOA situated tonight to the greatest extent we can.
Mayor Macedonia. So these 2 extensions, this puts those 2, if we granted extensions, it puts them back into a pool that you would have to nominate again, each one of them. It's kind of like when we do this with like Plan and Zone or some of these others, I know that when they get the extension, they keep their spot, but this is sort of a different.
Yeah,
we have this alternate versus.
Yeah, I would ask council. I'm a little unclear on that. I would assume if you were to not. Oh no.
Well, now that their term is expired, technically, isn't that correct? The term's expired.
Do we know what happened?
When a new member comes on, they can be unmuted sometimes, and it's just kind of.
I got you. Okay. Oh, I see. It's feeding back. Okay, my bad. Alec, go ahead.
Yeah, no, what I was saying is like, if they're technically it's expired, then they're not on the.
Yeah, so I'm a little unclear, Charlie. I'm sort of asking you this as we go. I would assume that if you do not choose to extend Mr. Beneke, for example's term, that he would then be eligible for me to appoint him, and then you could go up or down. So we could do it twice, I think. But just so you know, I'm not going to do that because I would see what we would. There would be no reason to do that. If you don't extend his term, I would see that I would fail in my next motion, so I wouldn't do that.
So I thought, so this is not like this is a term limit question, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So is the term's over, right? The term is over in December, so they're not.
And I may be
They're not-
totally wrong with what I just described to you. I don't. Counselor, do you have an opinion on that? Can you hear me?
I have to be honest with y'all. I don't fully understand what it is that you're actually doing.
So I think what he's asking is, if they chose not to extend the term, would that person then go back into a pool of individuals that I could appoint?
Well, certainly that would be the case. What I don't fully understand is this whole extending the term. I don't know if is that a reappointment or are you in it for an extra year? I just don't understand your process, quite honestly.
Yeah, and maybe I misunderstood the question. Brooke?
I think what the council would have to do before the two members whose term limits are exhausted would be to, if we extended those term limits, then they might be able to go back into a pool. If we did not extend, but the council has to act to waive the term limits.
Oh, is that
my
what this is? It's a
understanding.
term limit issue?
Yes.
For these two
Okay.
members.
Yes, then I agree. Councilmember Brown will agree to agree again.
We are making progress.
I'm glad y'all agree, but I got lost.
So I think as I understand the situation, that it is the council's prerogative whether or not to waive the term limits, waive the term limit.
Right.
And if we did not do that, these two persons would not be in a pool where the mayor could reappoint because they're barred by the term limit.
Right. Fair. Okay.
So-
Okay. Got it.
Well, I think what you're asking is if there is a motion by the council to extend the term limit, to waive the term limits for either of those appointees, or either of those members.
Yes, that is what I'm asking. Yeah. I'm not hearing one. So with that, we will consider those two spots now vacant, and so that is a total of 3 vacancies on BOA. It's a vacancy that was created when Councilmember Brown moved on to this body. We now have a position number 5 vacancy in Mr. Braden's spot, and we have a position number 7 vacancy in Mr. Beneke's spot. So with that, my intention now then is to appoint, and we have checked with these individuals. My intention is to appoint Robert Turner to one of the 3 vacancies, position 1 vacancy on the BOA. My intent is to, I've appointed now Robert Turner, and I'll leave it to council to take these up one at a time or as a slate. I'm appointing Robert Turner to position 1 on the BOA. I'm appointing Jerry Spitel, position number 5, vacant position number 5 on BOA. And I'm appointing Kevin Shell to position number 7 on BOA. And then I'm further appointing Susan Hinton to alternate position, to one of the 2 alternate positions on BOA. And I'm going to check with Ms. Wayman and make sure that now, with those appointments that I just made, and we're awaiting confirmation from council, but with those 4 appointments, I've exhausted all of my appointments of people who have applied for BOA, and I've exhausted, and we have 1 alternate position left. Is that correct?
Correct.
There is my edict. Now you have an opportunity to, you can either take each one of those up individually and confirm or reject those appointments, or you could take them all up together and confirm or reject those appointments. And I'll leave it to council.
I spoke last time a bunch, so I'm gonna let somebody else win this one.
Yeah, I move to approve the slate as outlined by Mayor Massengill.
You have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
You have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. All right. Thank you, council. And we will get with all those individuals. I see at least one of them listening. So congratulations, Mr. Shell. Welcome to city government, officially. And good luck with your door hanging out there if you're listening. Thank you already for your help. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 13. Discussion and possible action on a contract addendum with Crossroads to include responsibilities based on lift station automation. I'm going to let Ms. Wayman lay this out for you. This isn't quite ready for you for council action this evening, but we want to tell you about it, explain to you what it is, and then if council is so inclined, I would appreciate a delegation of authority to grant me to finish this up between now and next month, because winter is coming. Yeah, you caught it. You got the joke. Thank you. All right. Tell them what they want.
Thank you, Mayor. All right, and I did notice that it looks like we have Andrew Hunt with Crossroads on the line. I've done my best to learn lift stations recently, but if I misstate anything, please feel free to jump in. So a while back, the City Council approved some budget items to be funded out of our ARPA funds for Site Pro to perform some lift station automation on all of our lift stations, as well as auto or power generation to each of the stations. They have currently finished, for the most part, the automation portion of that project. The only thing that is left is a small amount of wiring that would constitute, I guess, flipping the switch between our current system that runs the call outs and the alarms on our lift stations to that Crossroads or to that Site Pro system. I believe it's a SCADA based. We have remote access, would be helpful in something like the event of a winter storm when we could not physically reach our lift stations. We met with Crossroads and Site Pro and our staff members, as well as Mayor Massengill, back on January 7th to discuss the user permissions on the Site Pro system. We wanted to make sure that between city staff and Crossroads, we were clear on who was doing what, and that we had a clear policy that explained who had permissions to, say, turn a lift station pump on or off, who would be responding to alarms, that kind of thing. Currently, Crossroads is in the final stages of reviewing a document that will outline those permissions for each user on the system, as well as a site control policy that will outline those, so we will have a hard policy that says, here's what we do. Once we have that finished, there will need to be some kind of an amendment or an addendum to the or to the contract that we have with Crossroads, basically just stating that the contractor and staff will follow that policy. And then in the future, if any staffing changes, if we have maybe public works directors or public works operators in the future that gain licenses and then may be able to take on different roles on that system, we can amend that policy, approve the policy, and not have to go back and amend the contract again, if that makes sense. So some kind of simple clause in the contract that just says who will be following this policy to protect everybody involved. I also did check, and when we do that, flip the switch or finish that wiring to move to the new automation system, the auto dialer that runs off Crossroads system will still be active, so it will always be there as a backup in the case that the new system is not properly functioning right away, or at any point we'll always be able to still work off that old system. I believe it was on a float system that would call an alarm out if there was an issue with the site with the pumps. So at that point, Andrew, if you have anything else to add, I think we're really working towards that, and we hope in the next week or two to have some information for that policy. Mayor, anything else?
I think that was great layout. Again, the addendum to the contract is not, it's really just about trying to clarify those roles. And I think rightfully so, Crossroads had, maybe concern is an overstatement, but I think they just wanted to make sure that everyone knew exactly where their lane was and everyone would stay in it. And I think that serves us well, serves them well, serves the technology vendor well, SitePro. So with that, we haven't gotten all of that language quite worked out. And also, just so you know too, it would go in as an addendum to the contract, but it's also going to be, as Wayman and I have talked about, it would be also rolled into sort of a systemic, I don't know how would I describe it? A workbook or a instruction manual,
a policy, right? But a manual,
yeah.
yes, yeah.
We're trying to work through what that policy looks like in terms of who does what, when they do it, all of those sorts of issues. And as we pointed out too, it is important to note that we can flip the switch and go back to the old way of doing it if we need to. But hopefully, knock on wood, the technology will work really well and let us really kind of do some innovative things with our lift stations. So, questions? Yes, ma'am.
Are there any additional costs
No, ma'am.
involved?
No.
So this is contract language for the who does, just who does what.
Yeah.
And so the automation is not yet including the generators.
Correct.
Correct.
So, I'm not following that.
There's a kind of a second phase of the project. So just due to availability of generators, I think it's looking like probably mid-year, maybe April or May, before we have our 6 generators that are going to run our 6 separate lift stations. Between now and then, we'll be making sure we have the gas lines tapped, the concrete pads ready. But these, we kind of approve them as 2 separate, sections. Here is the actual work that makes this automated, and then here is providing the lifts or the generators that will power the lift stations in the event of a power outage.
And the generators are going to be gas powered, natural gas powered?
Natural gas powered.
Yes.
Which is great as long as we have natural gas service.
That is
yes, indeed.
different ball of wax, but you are correct.
Yes.
So, just,
I'm sorry?
They're dual source generators.
Okay.
They're
They can
dual
run
source
both.
generators.
What's the other source other than natural
Like diesel?
gas?
Actually, pull like diesel.
Propane?
Diesel, gas,
Okay.
I think it's diesel.
okay.
Okay.
I can't remember.
Good info. We also, just so you know, not to get anyone's hopes up, but we have identified a block grant through LCRA, some of their community building grants that we'll be working to apply for. So we'll see if that works out. I think it fits with their criteria. I think we're going to do our best to show that it would. And it's a win-win for them too, because the lift stations are obviously making sure that certain effluent don't make its way down to their large body of water. So,
Yes, and I will mention, actually, don't think I've spoken to you about this yet. So since the deadline is January 31st, we are really going to have to get moving to get this information. Generally, we would need like a master plumber to be planning. It's not only going to be running the lines; it will come up through the slab and then attached to the generators. So it's a lot of planning that's going to need to be involved. So we'll try to get as much quoted as we can in time for that. Maybe not the entire project. We may not be quite there yet. I believe Crossroads was planning on starting that phase in February. So if we can get something, Site Pro was planning on starting that phase in February. So if we can get something moving quicker, we'll try to get as much as we can, and I'll get clarity on that grant, what kind of information we need to have up front.
and even if we don't get the grant, this is all work that needs to be done anyway, so
Yes.
helps us there. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Shanti Jay Kumar, 3309 Park Hills Drive. Long time ago, when we had like a red light on some of these, do you remember, Sarah? Our lift stations, the one that had on, where Barry Bone used to live, and the red light had come on, and the utility people or somebody was told, turn off the red light, that's just false alarm. And then next thing you know, his house was flooded with sewage. And of course, it was in the paper and all that. So we don't want to go back to that era.
No, we do not.
I'm sure it's state of the art, but all I'm trying to ask is, would there be some kind of like a flashing red light or something that even will alert the homeowner who's the closest to that lift station, who could be a communicator in such a situation, and not just, be the eyes and ears for the city on the spot, okay? Just from experience, I'm just throwing that out.
Sure.
Since y'all are going to talk about whatever the method of communication for an emergency is.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not advised, and I don't know if Crossroads knows if there's a physical, but we'll check on that, see if there's a physical external alarm.
Right, something. Or maybe it will be,
Visual.
I don't know. Something.
Ms. Kaler, are you? Well,
Yes, sorry to interrupt,
Mind.
council member. This is Andrew Hunt. Yes, there is a visual and audio capability
you're there.
that can be programmed if it is not already programmed.
Perfect. Thank you for weighing in on that. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I had been thinking about that too, that might also be a helpful thing to, kind of like citizen deputies,
Yep.
for that. I can see a lift station from my front porch,
Yes, you
I
can.
mean, Roxanne has one right next door to her, so.
I can see one from my back deck.
Well,
Yeah.
so we,
Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Yeah.
because we're, if we have hopefully, we don't go there again, but if we have a repeat of last February, we're here.
Right.
We will be stuck, and it's a whole lot easier to walk
And-
your way down to a lift station
Yeah.
if the residents
Right.
have some direction and
Direction on what it
training and
means.
whatever. It's like, punch this button, turn on the pump, right?
Yeah. Probably want to hold up short of letting them push buttons, but yeah, agreed. Certainly looking at the alarms and them understanding what those alarms mean and who to call and that sort of thing.
If city staff and Crossroads can't get here,
Yeah. No, and I've already
Then-
told Ms.
then-
Wayman, like,
They could talk.
even
she
pushing
lives
the button may
she
be
lives
hard.
closer than anyone else around, but we all live here, so I've that's part of our emergency protocol too. Is like call those of us who live here.
Yeah.
So, yep, agreed. Happy to entertain a motion to. Yes, ma'am.
I'll move to approve the mayor I move to delegate authority to the mayor to work with city staff and draft an addendum to the contract to cover the necessary functions between staff and Crossroads with respect to the automation of the lift stations.
Excellent. You have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You have a motion and a second. Council, is there further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. We will get that done, and our intent is to get it done sooner rather than later. With that, we will move on to item number 14, discussion and possible action regarding the city's utility billing system. And this is Mr. Robinson's agenda item, and before we start, a big thank you to him for bringing this to our attention. I've got a lot a lot of context and a lot to add, but it's your agenda item. It's a good one, and why don't you kick us off, and then I'll help fill in some blanks.
Okay, I'll keep it short. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
So I requested this agenda item to be included in the meeting tonight because I wanted to make the council aware of some concerns I have, with the system as it currently stands. I'll get to sort of how I became aware of some of these issues in a minute, but just some backstory from what I've learned over the past couple weeks. The city recently brought the billing in-house and purchased software from a company called Tyler Technologies. The platform is called Encode, and it helps us manage the entire billing process. The implementation of the software for our city's purposes occurred in the April-May timeframe of 2001 with the help of an outside consultant. My understanding is that the city began managing the utility billing entirely itself around this time. So, I became aware of some issues regarding my own water bill and soon discovered that others were having similar issues. We're signed up to pay automatically via auto draft. However, when we go back through our records, we don't see that the money was actually taken out. And I've heard some other residents that have experienced similar things. The other thing that's kind of concerning is that the billing system actually shows that my account's paid and the money hasn't really left my account. So I'm worried about where this could lead if we don't sort of sort out the issue now. I'm kind of new to reading all the financial statements and everything, but one of the first things that came to my mind is okay, maybe we can gather some info from the finances. And looking at it, just kind of comparing last year to this year, it looks like, the fund balance cash-wise is down if I'm reading it properly, and the accounts receivables are up. So to me, it indicates that we're just not collecting the money as quickly as we maybe did previously last year. So it's fine. I just want to get working on and figure out if my information or what I'm looking at is wrong. I want to understand that, or if there are some issues, I want to just uncover what those are and come up with a plan to fix it, basically. So
great segue. Are you ready for more content?
Yeah.
And Councilmember, I apologize. You and I played phone tag and missed one another, but this is why I was calling you first again to thank you for bringing it forward. We as a staff, our staff has done a lot of work in uncovering exactly what the issue is. Staff was also aware of most, if not all of it to some extent. And then I've done a lot of personal research. Ms. Wayman and I have spent a lot of time. Our utility billing manager, Sharon, has worked with us at length on trying to figure out exactly what the situation is, and here's where we stand. Mm-hmm. So, as you mentioned, in early, so I think originally April 6, 2021 is when AWR gave the city its 30-day notice, as you'll recall. That, obviously for the new council members, we were not in a great space with AWR as at the beginning and before April 6th. Mm-hmm. But as of April 6th, they read the writing on the wall and said, we're out of here in 30 days, okay? That sped up a process that we had already contemplated of bringing the utility billing in-house, and it sped it up exponentially. Like, we had to do it in 30 days. That is not an ideal situation for a transition of that nature that quickly. So it has not been without some difficulty. Where we stand today is that there are 117 accounts that signed up for ACH withdrawals that for a couple of reasons did not get properly, are not running correctly when we try to do the ACH. What we have discovered is a large part of that problem actually was due to our bank that did not set up the ACH correctly. Staff has been working diligently, and you jump in anytime that I mess any of this up, but we have, at the time that the September-October bills, the ACH withdrawals were run, and it's very technical, and I think you have sat with staff and learned what I had learned too about how that package gets generated by the system and then emailed electronically to the bank, and then they run it, yada, yada, yada. The September-October bills were attempted but did not go through, but we believe that they did go through. What we have since learned, in fact, staff has been on multiple phone calls with the bank the last few days. They went through setting up this ACH process again the last 2 days and literally have repeated the process that they did a month ago or 2 months ago. And it's like deja vu, and the bank's like, oh yeah, I don't know why you didn't have this done. And we're like, well, we did have this done. So we've done a lot of, I'm telling you this to say we did know that staff did know there was a problem. We thought we had remedied said problem, but even as early as this week and yesterday, we have figured out that we did not remedy the problem, but now we believe that we know what it is. So where we are today is there are 117 customers who should have been drafted in the ACH. Of those 117, 11 of them have contacted us and have already made adjustments to their bill. There are still 106 that we pulled out that are in that universe that we have not sent their bill to them yet this month. And I'm going to talk to you. I want your advice and counsel on how to handle this. But we've held those so that they did not go out with the other bills. We have already started working through calling a number of them. Ms. Davis has already done that. She's already done some, but she did more today. We have another 30, and I actually am in this group, who have tried to sign up for ACH, but we have not processed them yet. We've not put them in our system yet. So we have another 30 that we kind of need to touch base with them and say, hey, we know that you want to do ACH, but we haven't been able to process it yet. And then, well, I'm going to come back. We have another unrelated problem that we've recently uncovered too, and it's specifically related to AWR. Of that universe of 117 to 150, the total sort of outstanding balance that we need to address with them over the last 2 or 3 months is about $111,000. And so of the ones that have already called us and said, hey, I noticed that the ACH didn't go through, I'll just write you a check. In fact, my family is one of them. We noticed, oh, that didn't happen, so we've written a check. So we are working through them. And then of the calls that staff has made to folks to explain to them what the situation is, it's gone relatively well, like, because they haven't paid. They got to, I mean, you understand. What we want to be careful about, though, and the reason, well, you understand, we don't want, now that we have isolated the problem, we know exactly what the universe is, we don't want to just run all of those, because then we're really, for the most part, many households it'll be fine, but there would be some that would cause a real problem. Like, I thought this was being withdrawn, I didn't realize that it wasn't, and now you just ran a huge bill and I wasn't prepared for it. So we're trying to stay ahead of that. What I have instructed staff to do, and I would like y'all's either support or tell us to go a different direction, but I'd like us all to be kind of in this together. And that is what I've suggested to staff is, we know the universe. Let's send an email to them all, because when they sign up for ACH, they have to give us up-to-date contact information, emails, and that sort of thing. Let's send an email, not getting into all the gory details, just saying, hey, there's a problem, full stop, gonna give you a call. This is why you haven't received your bill yet. We're going to contact you personally, work through it, explain to you what the situation is, explain to you what the unpaid balance is, because we're also limited in what all we can change in terms of how the bill itself is. Like, there are only so many lines that we can change because it's somewhat formulaic. And it's not going to convey all that we have to convey if we just try to change the numbers and send them the bill, right? We're going to have to kind of explain it. So I've suggested to staff, let's send them a kind of a red flag email, and then let's just get on the phone. Ms. Wayman, Ms. Davis has, I think if they split them up and do 10 or 15 of them a day each, we can work through them in a work week. Do you think that's workable? Is that a solution? I mean, we've kicked around different ideas. We were going to put a letter from me in the envelope that tries to explain it all, that comes with the latest bill. We could still do that. We could just do an email. We could not send any sort of explanation and just show them what they owe. Yeah, that seems like the worst option. So I'm asking y'all's help. That's kind of how I was thinking that we would approach it, but I'm open to council's recommendations. Have I missed anything?
No, I don't believe so. The reason we're specifically holding those bills is they show, a last payment amount, and the amount and the date on there correspond with that ACH that was never withdrawn. So it would show your last payment was $500 on this date. Well, it wasn't. That was what our system reflects. That was not reflected at the bank. So truly their balance is what that last payment amount was that didn't actually happen, plus their current balance. And that would almost, double in some cases, triple, because that's a couple months worth of consumption. So,
And good addition. Before you say it, because I know what you're thinking, Mr. Robinson, and I agree. We are working on a checks and balance because there's clearly not a good one right now. And we are going to come back with a solution on that we don't have yet. Because honestly, we're trying to work the problem right now and we're just putting a full stop on more ACH deposits. We think we've got it fixed, and their work the last few days with the bank. But as I've said too, once we believe that we fully have it fixed, they're gonna be in touch with me, with you, with a handful of others who are, in our world, to do a pilot, a very quick pilot project to say, okay, we think we have it fixed. Let's run yours. Let's do a small group of 15 or 20 ACHs. Let's run it. Let's all have us check see if it goes through, see if we've got this nailed, and hopefully we do that the next few weeks, and then we can go back live with everybody. But we need to kind of do a beta test before it's time to do the whole group again.
So then we just wait for like a few weeks before we process all these ACH. Is this what you were talking about, the 106 or whatever the number was that you said you're calling? Or maybe
Yeah, I think what we do is we're going to call through and say, and I don't know, we'll have to figure out how quickly we think we can get through it. If we can get through it in the next 2 weeks, which I think we could, and do the test, then we could possibly go live again with ACH next cycle.
Right, but the people that are still sitting there that haven't paid for a while, like, are we asking them to write checks now? Is that what are you just calling and saying, hold on,
I think we're going to call and jump in.
Sure.
I think the thought is to call and say, here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
We think we have it fixed. but we don't want to, we don't want to run it again unless you're comfortable with us doing that. Like, you tell us, would you rather just write a check? Are you good with us trying this? Like, we're going to try to have a dialogue with them and work through it. Is that
Right. It
accurate?
would definitely be very custom for each person. We wouldn't want to say, you know, now all of a sudden you owe us 3 months at one time. We have not accumulated any late fees. Don't plan to be doing that in any case for the time being. And we haven't actually since the beginning of COVID, not turning water off. We want to reassure everyone that we're going to work with them however it takes to get this, you know, this past amount. We understand that it's a lot at once. And though it wasn't ever, you know, drafted the first time, you know, payment plans are an option. We have that ability in our system. They can come in and pay with a check. They can say, hey, I don't care, just draft it the next time you do a draft. Whenever it works, take it all, it's fine. That's why I think it's so important to reach out to each one of them individually. And then we can send them a marked up bill, but at least they'll have talked to us about it and understand why the amounts are what they are.
So, Mayor,
Yep.
another point. So I think that I think this is not speaking like some crazy talk, but we did this way faster than we wanted to. I think that we wanted to be able to have a longer transition. So one of the things that concerns me is the ACH. Yes, this is like something that we know we fix it, and I think we can fix it quickly. I'm just concerned about, okay, what else is there in that implementation that we did so quickly that maybe we missed, or things like this reconciliation, you know, okay, when it sends out, why is it shows that we paid, but what happens when the bank, if it fails, if that, how does that come back and, you know, get reflected in the system? So what I wanted to do is I just wanted to help. Like, I'm here, I can help, I can spend some time each day or during the week, and that's really what I would like to do, in addition to like doing anything I can to help you guys with the ACH, figure that out, is also just start coming up with a list of like, hey, these are some of the things that we would like the system to do that we know that it doesn't do now. Just have a list of that and kind of define like some projects around those.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And you know, the first thing I'll say is be careful what you wish for, because the next the next project is to divvy up this list of 150 people and start working through it.
I mean, I'll make calls if you.
That is some retail politics right there. So
I can do that as well.
yeah.
And I don't mind doing it. I can do it as well.
Okay. Well, now you want to make me. Okay, me too. Sounds great. Thanks, everyone.
I think it might be helpful too for most. I mean, I'm assuming most residents are going to want to be helpful with this.
I think so.
Should we have a recommended solution to say, you know, we can say, of course you can pay it all right now. What the council is recommending is that we collect it over, you know, a third over the next 3 months. I think it would be helpful to have a plan, because then neighbors know if I have circumstances that don't let me do that, and then say, we'll work out a payment plan if that's not going to fit your circumstances. But at least we have some uniformity in how we're treating. And I think that would save time on the calls as well. And something you can explain in the letter or the email that would go out with it.
I think our preferred solution would be to do what my family did, which is
write a check
for now. And then when we are sure that we have this ACH, write a check for now, and in the future until we send you an email that says good to go doing an ACH.
So are these all residential accounts, or are they also commercial accounts?
There are a few commercial.
Most of the commercial have caught it, and they were one of the first.
Yeah.
Like right after the resident, it was the commercial, because they're doing their accounting, and are like, this did not clear.
Yeah, and they've actually been helpful when we've been like troubleshooting how to fix it, and correct?
Yes,
like they've been helpful in helping us figure out what we need to do on their, to make sure their end works. Because there are people there all the time and we can work with them. To your other question, I'll tell you another problem. And this is directly related to AWR, but we still have customers, and they're approximately, although this sounds more like an exact number, 56, approximately 56.
We counted, yeah.
Oh.
It's exactly.
Where their bank is automatically sending payments, so it's not an ACH, it's like a physical
Hard check. Automatic payment.
So, and I didn't know banks did this, but
It's a bill pay, so if you
It's a
go
bill pay.
onto your bank account and say, please pay the city of Rollingwood, and give the information.
okay, so there are 56 of those, and those
They're paying AWR.
that are paying AWR.
Is AWR sending it back to us?
No, they've been sitting on them, and we did not know that they were sitting on them because they were supposed to be sending them to. They were supposed to be sending them back to the customer, saying,
Yes.
"We're not doing this anymore. You need to contact the city and get it straightened out." They haven't been doing that. They've just been sitting on them, and they finally thought to tell us. So,
Oh,
so
they told us,
Well, no.
or did you
I called
discovered?
them,
Okay.
yes, and because the bills went out this week, or last week, and a resident said, no, I paid you
oh yeah,
$256, how come I'm showing past due $256? And it was like, well, how did you pay? And he explained that he paid bill pay, and I was like, well, what address did you send it to? And it's 360,
yeah.
even though they have been told,
And those instructions had gone out,
yes.
but I'm
creature habit.
guilty of this. I mean, if you think you're on auto pay, you're not reading that. So
So this resident contacted his bank because I told him, I don't have it, contact your bank and see if you can stop payment. Well, his bank said they couldn't stop payment, that he needs to get with the person that has the check. So that's when I called AWR today, and it was determined that if, what AWR told me, that if it's in a batch with other bill payments, they can't reject the whole batch, because if they have another municipality paying in that same batch, they would have to send back a whole entire batch. So they had a dead file there that we didn't know about.
And these
So
are
have they been-
actually, I'm sorry,
I was gonna say, have they been actually cashing the checks?
No, they have not been cashing the checks. So
Okay.
they, at one point, the president said, we can't keep getting these checks, we need to send them back. Because it used to be they would call me, or I would call them and say, do we have any checks? Because there was a transition period, because none of this happened the way that it was supposed to. So it was just determined today.
and
that-
these are actually physical checks, they're paper checks, they're not.
Yes, because
Mhm.
what happens,
Electronic
because
drafts.
since we're such a small entity, normally bigger cities, if you go with your bill pay, they will electronically take that money out of your account and then electronically send it to that vendor. But since we're so small, there is no way, so they either their banks send us a physical check, or they outsource to a third-party company, and that third-party company then sends us the check.
Okay, is there a way to go to AWR and pick up those checks
Yeah, I
that
have
were
that.
written?
she did that today.
I have
Okay,
Did it today.
Oh, cool.
That was my exact, like, we need to take possession.
yeah, can we just get those checks,
Yeah.
and that way the customer did pay, and we can actually cash those checks and.
Yes.
Except that if that's going back to May last year, that's more than 6 months.
So
No.
is it going back that far?
No.
Okay.
So up until September timeframe, I still had a relationship with one of the workers there, and I would call her and I would physically get those checks. And some of those people I contacted and said, you need to change your bill pay address so it reflects 403 Nixon, not the 360 address. So some have changed them, some have not, because they didn't know how, or they forgot, or life happens. So it hasn't been going back that far. It's, the checks that I received today were all dated received in December and January timeframe.
But the good news is that universe now has been identified too.
Yes.
We've kept, and so we will work through that list as well, and that'll be a different conversation, but similar in that, hey, AWR is no longer, you need to work through your bank. Either we need you to pay the bill. I think we can probably use these checks, but we'll check with them before we run the checks. Like, we're not just gonna run them. We have this check. Do you want us to run it? Are you prepared for that?
Most of the money has already been taken out of their account. That was what the resident's complaint was today, because out of his bank account, it shows that he paid, so it's kind of a reverse problem. It shows that he paid $256 on his bank account, but in our system,
No.
we don't have it.
Got
Yeah,
it.
we just haven't
Well,
received.
how can it
Where
show
did the
that
money
it's out
go?
of his account if it hasn't been cashed?
Well, it was
Because
debited at the
that
time they
bank
wrote the
uses
check.
a third-party processor, so they take it out of your account, send it to the third-party processor, that third-party.
Oh, so it's like
processor-
sitting almost in escrow over at the third party.
Exactly, and then they send that physical check to us.
So then it's that vendor that's getting they're getting the float. So you could probably just run the checks.
I think we talk with the bank and say, this is your relationship with that vendor. You're showing you've paid these funds to that vendor.
Yeah, but I don't want us to get into a situation where
That's-
we'll never get through that, because
No.
and the bank won't talk to. I don't think the bank would
Will
talk to
the-
us about the.
Will the vendor talk to us?
I don't know if we know who the vendors are, though, right?
Because most of them will say, most of them will say Austin Telco and then send the check. But they all, like an Austin Telco one and UFC, some of the smaller banks will come in one envelope because it's through.
So that's why that one bank. That's why the one resident was telling you, my bank's telling me they won't cancel it.
Exactly, and that's why the other resident was able to call the bank and got it stopped, and her refund was going to be in 3 to 5 business days. So it's whatever the bank's relationship is with that third party. And it might be because some of them, like Chase, will just send a Chase check, so they don't use the third party.
Yeah, so probably if it's a big enough bank, they just do that in house and.
Exactly, where smaller credit unions and smaller banks have to outsource it to the third party. And there's different third parties out there, it's not like it's just one third party.
All right.
I'm thinking it's real easy to just drop my check in this box out here when I'm walking my dog.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Sarah.
It doesn't cause any of these problems.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So we'll work through those 56, and it's going to probably be a case by case.
Yeah.
And after 90 days, that bill paycheck is voided and it will go back into their account.
Okay.
So, but none of those are old. None of the ones that I received today are at that 90-day mark. There's a couple that are 30 days, but.
But are you able to see on that check that you picked up the third party?
Some of them, yes, some of them, no.
Okay. Because what we might do on those that you can tell, you might just explain the situation to the resident, and then say, we're going to go ahead and run this. You probably won't see it if it already looks like
They
it's.
won't see it because it's already deducted out of their checking or savings account.
So on those, we probably could just run them.
yeah.
I think we could
I'm
just run
thinking
all the
just tell
checks we
Bob
have.
Let's just
Customer
let's check the box on something.
But the problem though is next month or this month. when
No, we still need to call them.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yes, let's don't do this every month. So we still need to tell them,
Tell them, but we can. run
hey,
it
we
without
have it,
an
we're
issue.
gonna run it, you shouldn't see it because it's at the third party, but to avoid this again, we need you to change it.
Yes.
Cause maybe you say, cause we're not gonna be able to do this next month. Okay, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a resource that I want to help you guys. Like, that's all I want to do. And so I mean, I'm gonna be uncomfortable until I see like all this stuff over, coming through and working smoothly. So I mean, I want to be able to come into City Hall and not feel like I'm like, pushing or like doing something that the council doesn't know, or the, you know, the mayor
You're-
doesn't know, or,
Yes, we're not territorial.
okay,
You're welcome to help.
yeah,
Okay, I'm not sure where you're gonna sit.
yeah.
Right.
And I'm not sure what you're gonna do.
Well,
Let us think about that, and then, but happy to have the help.
Yes, and thank you all for your understanding in this matter and for offering to help. We very much appreciate it. If there's one more thing I could ask of you guys is that our utility billing department is small but very mighty. It's Sharon. She has been doing a fantastic job, and we have her on a lot of projects right now, right? So we're trying to help her as much as we can and get these going through. If anything, you know, instilling that understanding in the community for patients. We are working through some other ideas for, you know, voicemails that are a little more informational, or people understand that, you know, we will get to your voicemail. Sometimes we get a voicemail, a call, and then I get a call too. And so sometimes it just becomes a lot of work for our one person department. And she's fantastic. And the last thing I want to do is overwhelm her with too many projects. So I too want to help. And thank you all so much for your understanding, and please, you know, let me know if there's anything else we could be doing better outward to the community.
And on that note, and for those listening and for those here, Sharon does a great job, and we appreciate her. As Ashley said, it's a one woman shop, and it's very difficult. Of all of the staff, she probably gets the most phone calls from very disgruntled residents, and she's very professional in her management of that and her interaction with them. She does a great job, and it's difficult. But trying to instill in our residents a little patience and a little grace when it comes to our very small one-woman shop, when it comes to utility billing, would be very much appreciated. I know Councilman McDuffie overheard a conversation where she was berated last week by a resident that will remain unnamed. And that's not the community we live in. And hey, we're just right down here. Everybody's doing their best. So if we could just encourage some patience out there, it would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I have to do this. It might not work, but I just want to have something on record
He's
that
fired
I can
up.
get in and help work on this. Okay. That's all.
Okay.
So I'm going to move to authorize Councilmember Alec Robinson to collaborate with city staff and the city administrator to identify ongoing issues with the city's utility billing system and produce a plan for resolving them. To write a letter to residents providing context on the situation and how the city is prepared to address the issues, and to report back to the council on a weekly basis the progress that's being made in resolving this matter.
You have a motion. Is there a second? And then I've got.
I second.
Okay, you've got a motion and a second. My question to you, Councilman, would be, and related to the letter, does that mean that we need to talk to every single member of the city about this, or can we confine our communication to this universe that we've identified? That would be my preference, to leave out the ones that are not affected by any of this. And secondly, can an email suffice as opposed to a letter?
I think, if we're confident that we have the accounts that this is affecting, then we can just confine it to those.
We believe we are confident in the universe, are we not?
We are 100%
Okay.
confident in the universe.
We're confident in the universe.
And then email would be fine.
Okay. Well, if that's the amendment to your motion,
Yeah.
the amendment to the motion is email suffices, and that communication would be to this universe that's been identified. Is that okay with you, Councilwoman?
It's, yes.
Okay, you have an amended motion and second in front of you. Is there further discussion, Council?
Well, the further discussion is, how does this impact our calling people and kind of our community council member engagement? Are you just going to be point on that, or?
I just want us to come up with a task list
No, I
of, like,
get
of
it.
all that and just have an idea of like what we're working towards. I'm not saying that these things need to be solved today, tomorrow, or I know some of these things are going to take time, but I'm just.
Yeah, and I think the first, to answer your question, Councilmember, I think it's a little bit of a two-part motion. I think the first is to kind of be working through that laundry list of what are the to-do items to ensure checks and balance, what are the to-do items to make sure that we've got the ACH set up, what are the to-do items to make sure, or how are we gonna do the little pilot project between now and, so I think there's kind of those check boxes would be the way I would see it first, and then in terms of your question, how would it interface with you all helping make some contact and that sort of thing? I don't think it does, because we would do what I discussed earlier, which is an email to this universe, giving them a few details, but mainly saying we're going to be in contact, and then that follow-up contact will either be, with staff or staff with assistance.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you agree, Council?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Didn't mean to get over my skis there.
Well, and as I think through this too, I'm happy to make calls, but there, it does involve kind of personal information of the customer.
So
And so
Yes.
that might not be.
the way I, and we have talked a little bit about this, what I think would be most helpful, we do have the list, we have the universe identified by name. I'm comfortable sharing non-personal information with you on that. That doesn't include the bill amount and those sorts of
Right.
things, because they
that
might
sort
not
of
want
thing, yeah.
everybody in
Sure.
their business when it comes to that.
Right.
So what I would suggest is we socialize that that universe with you, and then you pick from that the folks that you know, the people that you like, who are you comfortable with, and then I think your message to them is, hey,
You're going to get a call.
you're going to get a call and an email from our staff. Give them kind of a taste of what it is, kind of plant that seed, and then staff can go through the details and the numbers, and here's what you owe, and here's what you don't, and here's what you paid, and here's what you didn't. So they can handle that, but you can buy them some time and and plow the ground so that those calls go exponentially better than they might have.
And I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay.
Sure.
So
I think
whenever-
that's the most
Whenever you have a
productive.
list of names, give me a call and I'll show up and
Okay. And then your
sign up for a share.
then your friends and neighbors can kind of think through, okay, like they can, it's not going to catch them off guard when they get a call, and they can have their questions kind of ready to go and be like, hey, Brooke told me about this. I'll just write you a check. I'll come down there later. I think that'll make things go a lot smoother. Okay, a lot of talk. Any other questions? You have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor say aye, opposed say no. Councilman Robinson.
Aye.
Brown.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Thank you, council. You good on that? Okay. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 15, discussion of possible action with respect to the adoption of a resolution to create a MOPAC South Expansion Task Force and define its scope of work, set dates for receipt of applications for MOPAC South Expansion Task Force chair and members, and appointment of chair and members, including the following. A, adopt a resolution with respect to the creation of the task force. B, set dates to post notice on the city council website and to file applications of the position of chair and for members of the task force. And C, set a date for the council to consider and take action to appoint a chair and membership on such a task force. This is Ms. Brown's agenda item, and I will recognize her to lay it out.
Thank you. This has been on our agenda previously. I had prepared a draft outline of the tasks that this task force might undertake. I shared after our last meeting, I shared that with Bickerstaff and got their input on it. And so we have a resolution for your consideration today that would identify the number of persons to be appointed to the task force, their tasks, when they would report back to the council on that, and also to set dates for the appointment of the task force, set dates for the acceptance of applications to that task force, to appoint the task force, and then to set dates for the task force to get on with its business, a workshop to get on with its business. But the concept here is that this group of people, the resolution recommends it be a task force of 5 persons with a chair being one of the 5. And the notion would be that this group of people would work with our residents, our business customers, and with the surrounding neighborhoods to come up with to be a group effort in support of the position with respect to the Mopac South expansion project that the city of Rollingwood and our neighboring communities want to forward to Campo and to the CTRMA. So this force would be one that would work not only with our residents, but also seek support of the surrounding communities. It's mainly a group that would lobby for the position, so to speak, with respect to Campo that the community would prefer. And so that's the resolution. And I guess the question now is whether or not there are comments, suggestions, additional changes, a vote to approve or a motion to approve, and then what we do about dates for appointing members of the task force and receiving applications and appointing members to the task force, and then also, adopting the resolution, setting dates for the applications, setting dates for the council to consider and take action on those applications and appoint the task force. Those are the 3 items this agenda item would, 3 actions this agenda item would consider.
So we should take those independently, for instance.
Sure. I don't know if there's any discussion generally of the project, or I can move for adoption of the resolution creating the Rollingwood Mopac South Expansion Task Force.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, council. Is there further discussion?
So this weekend I met a relatively new neighbor who has a very strong connection to the president of the Zilker Neighborhood Association. So just on the opposite side of Mopac from us, who has apparently many of the same concerns with protecting Zilker Park, protecting us from, they're opposed to the flyover and all that too, so we may be able to get a little synergy there with other groups that are like-minded in their opposition to the elevated lanes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I can tell him he should apply to the
Absolutely.
to the task force.
Yeah.
Any other discussion, council? I guess my only confusion out there in terms of who speaks for the community or council. I mean, do you think, council on the ground, that most of that authority lies in just advising the council and that we're not delegating that authority in terms of actually, I mean, you're engaging with the Westlake Chamber and the City of Westlake and other neighboring communities. But I guess my question would be, when you say engage, is that you're not delegating any authority for them to act on behalf of them?
Right, and this would be the development, work in terms of development of a common position, identifying common issues of concern, identifying ways to support.
So your intent would be more around outreach and coalition building.
Exactly.
Is more the terminology I guess I would be used to or comfortable with.
Yes.
And that's fine. I don't necessarily think it needs to change, but I guess just for the record, it would make me more comfortable to know the intent of the resolution, your motion, and the second would be when we talk about engagement, we're really talking about that coalition building as much as more so than anything.
Yes.
In terms of an official delegation type of authority.
And what an example of that might be that the task force would say, let's have a meeting with the Zilker Park HOA or the officers of the Zilker Park HOA, of other groups like that, see where there's common ground, come back to and make a recommendation to the city council, which is item E after the whereas clause, come back and make a recommendation to the council. Here's where we have common ground on this, and here's who has common ground with us. Is this something council, this is what this is a position we recommend the council take on this matter.
Okay.
But it would be subject to council actually affirming any kind of official position on any matter.
Perfect. Thank you. And not to beat a dead horse, but I just realized that my mic was off. So for the record, so when we talk about engagement, we're talking about coalition building and outreach as opposed to delegation of authority, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. What, and also I know council read, well, I don't know that you read it.
And I want to thank you for your comments.
Well,
and also our former council member,
it was more
Patillo, for her comments.
Yeah, it was more of a collage than it was comments, but I did think it important to, well, a couple of things. One, and thank you, yes, to former Councilwoman Patillo for explaining to me too that it's very likely that the comments that are submitted in this particular comment period may very well be the only comments that are addressed. So it was important to me to make sure that we tried to maintain the entirety of 6.5 years worth of engagement and comments and letters and meetings in one spot so that it moves forward on the record in this current comment period. My question is, or comment would be, because of that 6.5 years of experience and comment, is there a way within the confines of this resolution to ensure, or maybe not ensure, because I do think you've got some guardrails set up here, that this task force would not be authorized to take positions on their own without input or approval of this council. But I do think it's important too that to the extent we can encourage them to familiarize themselves with that body work over the last 6.5 years from this council and this mayor and previous councils and mayors. I do think that they, to the extent possible, they need to try to familiarize themselves with those positions that have been taken, because I wouldn't want to see a new entity be created that strays from the stated and recorded position of Rolling Wood for the last 6.5 years. I think it's positive if it's a kind of a grassroots movement and effort with some organization to it, but I wouldn't want them to. I would want them to try to stick with the playbook
current plan.
and sing from the same hymnal,
Mhm.
if that makes sense. So
I have no issue with that, and that would be my hope as well. And expectation is probably better than hope.
all righty. You have a motion and a second, and any further discussion? All right. Those in favor vote aye. Opposed vote nay. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
4 ayes, no nays. Motion carries. And that gets you through at least the first item.
And that,
Are there other items that you would like to discuss?
the next on this item is to set dates to post notice on the website for applicants to be appointed, applicants to file for appointment to the task force. I think the sooner the better. I would like to set that so that we have those applications and can appoint by the next council meeting.
We will execute at your, however you tell us to execute.
Okay?
I will say, we will do whatever you tell us to do.
I'm pulling up a calendar.
Give us as,
Yeah.
try to give us as, we are still fighting with short
I'm-
crew around here, so try to
well,
give us as
and
much time as we can.
I can draft, I will take on the responsibility to draft a notice
We will
that would
take you
go
up-
out with these.
We will take you up on that.
Okay, so today is the 19th. What if we,
4 weeks till the next council meeting,
when is our next council meeting?
February 16th. 16th, should be 16th, right? Third Wednesday?
Yes, February 16th.
We could do February 3rd or 4th for the applications.
Well, depends on how long it's
It's
gonna
only
take to get
2
the notice
weeks, yeah.
posted.
Well, I'll try and do that in the next day or so.
I would say give yourself I'd try to give yourself 3
Or
weeks.
the
I'd try to
7th.
go to the 10th if I were
The-
you.
That would be less than a
I
week.
mean, there's not a lot of processing that we would have to do. We get them in, we post them.
Sure, I think we just send them out. We could post them to even a web page if we just wanted to create a public web page where you could see those applications. They would obviously go in the packet for the next month, but as far as they come in, how y'all would like to see those posted.
Yeah, and we'll
we
post
can-
for that meeting on the 11th, so if you put them on the 10th, just know you may not see all, like, we'll try to get them on there, but it might be that Sunday before you get them in your packet or something like that, but.
Yeah, I would back it up a few days to get it so it can be posted. Because you've got 3 weeks if we get this out pretty quick.
But if you do
Maybe
the
the-
9th, that's
should
3
we
weeks from today.
I think the 9th would be sufficient for a deadline,
9th?
similar to the city council
Okay.
applications. We made them a week before council, and if we're just processing them and posting them, we can definitely get that done by
Okay.
Friday.
And then the 16th would be the date, the council meeting in which those would be taken up for appointment. So I would move that we set a date of February 9, for receipt of applications for appointment to the task force, and a date of February 16, the next council meeting, for consideration of the appointments.
Heard the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
You've heard the motion, and there is a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we will, all those in favor vote aye, opposed vote no. Councilwoman Brown.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
McDuffie.
Aye.
Hudson.
Aye.
Being 4 ayes, no nays, motion carries on that item, or that portion of this item. Now, on this last one, so is your last remaining to do is to set a date for the council to consider and take action to appoint a chair and membership of the task force?
We did that in the motion we just adopted.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The chair.
Uh-huh.
All right, anything else on item number 15? Hearing none, we will move on to item number 16. Discussion and possible action regarding the posting on the city's website of building permit applications. And I will recognize Ms. Brown to explain this, but before I do, I will say, and we're happy to go into a little bit of history, but the bottom line is that I've already taken executive action on this item, and there is already at the bottom of the front page of the building and development section under Meet Your Government, these items have now been posted, and we will update them every Friday.
I'm sorry.
I've taken action to make that happen on 16.
Okay.
And with that, I will recognize you, Councilwoman Brown.
Well, I posted this because I had read the ordinance and saw that it does require that building permit applications be posted. It seems they were done at a certain point in time, but not currently being done. My intention is not to fix blame or point fingers. It's to get in compliance with our ordinances.
Which, once I realized that was the ordinance, is why it is corrected. That
Right.
said, I'll give you a little history. So apparently we did this previously when we had PDG, when we had an outside vendor taking those applications, processing them, and it was difficult for residents. They didn't always know who to call. They couldn't just stop by here and say, hey, what's going on with the application? There was a lack of sort of accessibility of those applications. So to remedy that, many years ago, it was decided to go ahead and post them on the website so that people would have access to them and wouldn't have to call PDG and navigate their process and all that. So that's why it was done originally. Then when we took all that in-house and we have staff that was dedicated to it, it sort of fell to the wayside because they're accessible. People are here. If somebody has a question, they drop by. Hey, can I see what's going on with applications, that sort of thing, which is why it sort of fell to the wayside. But that said, it doesn't technically comply with the ordinance, so we are now in compliance with the ordinance. However, it does take a little bit of staff time. I would say let's see how it goes, and it might be something that needs to be revisited. As I visited with staff about it the last several days. I've instructed them to adhere to the letter of the ordinance, which calls for I forget the wording. It's not a summary. Is it a summary? Does it say summary? Yes. So it's a summary. So we're not going to post the actual applications. We will be posting a summary of the applications as prescribed by the ordinance. So we'll stay away from all the gory details. If somebody wants to come and inspect something in particular, they can. But they will have a nice summary on the website that we will periodically update. And by periodically, I mean every week or so.
Right. Because, you know, I think it will be helpful that if you know that there's a building going up across the street, or there's a new construction, or the house next to you suddenly gone, you can go, I hope that it could be indexed by address.
It will.
Yes,
It's
so
going to
people
have,
can find
it's going to have
out.
the type of permit, the address, and the status of, so is it pending, is it active? So it'll
Right.
have the basic info that you would need.
And then residents would know when they come here, I need this, I would like to look at the file on this
Correct.
project.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yes, ma'am. Uh-huh.
DJ Kumar, 3309 Parkins Drive. I have, like, I collect everything. I have binders with all the applications. And I have all these.
If this
things.
building ever burns, we're just gonna move in with you, Shanti, and then we'll have everything saved already.
I don't know. Anyway, I'm a historian by nature, and I just collect and keep things, right? So, but there's a lot of merit to having that information. I have really, really missed not having it being posted on the web. We got, and this was the monthly report that PDG used to put out of every single application, both commercial and residential. And it had permit number, zoning, whether it's residential, commercial, permit date, permit expiry date, address, whether it was, the purpose was remodel or new construction, owner agent name, projected construction cost, any notes, like, I don't know what that meant, add second story rebuild, I mean, whatever the tenant's proposed work, and who the general contractor was, with some of the information.
Right.
And then the actual application form, again, I'm not kidding, I have a stack like this of every single application.
Right.
In those days, they didn't redact anything, so things were, you know, everything is out there.
Right.
I'm not saying you should have all the people's numbers or something, but it kind of gave the neighbors an idea of what was coming up.
Right.
You see all the activity, but you don't know what's going on.
Right.
And yeah, it was difficult to go to PDG.
Sure.
To go there, and so when we were on the council, we tried to bring it in-house, but again, cost constraints and all kinds of stuff like that. But long story short, it's good that it's in-house, so we can, of course, go with times, but having that information is also a notice to the residents of transparency from the city, from you guys, from the whoever is in charge of building permits.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, from the city.
Sure.
So we feel good as a resident when you know this is what's going on. Right now, we have no clue. And we discover by accident, and this is the conversation on the streets. Let me tell you all this. You know, somebody needs to go measure whether that house is in compliance with our ordinance. We had 20 feet, 30 feet, 15 and 10. That was our standard because we don't have any impervious cover limitations. So this is how the city took care of that. Right now, to me, eyeballing some of these, they look very close to the curb unless we've changed something drastically. And there's so many changes have happened and we have no clue. So I'm just giving you this as a friendly kind of a reminder to all of you that out there, people are concerned. And it's our neighborhood. We all live here. All our assets are here, you know? And it changes the price of your assets accordingly. Or maybe price you out of being in. Okay, so I think it's a great idea. And if we could have something along those lines, monthly, this was like a monthly thing.
Yeah. We're gonna have it weekly, so.
No, that's even better, because you're not having the applications.
Yeah.
See, I downloaded the applications, printed it out, and put
Right.
it in my binder. But now, I haven't seen one for years.
Right.
Okay, so just
No,
give
appreciate
me
it.
all the feedback.
You'll have that. You will have it weekly now. Now you won't have quite the detail as they do,
Yeah,
because
but-
they had a full-time staff and we've got one. So we will.
The key is, if you have the nomenclature there,
Right.
as and when an application comes in,
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure,
Right.
I'm not technology
Yeah.
proficient, but it should be possible.
Sure.
Since it's all electronic.
It's possible, but it takes time to do all those
Well,
things too. so.
my thought,
From the neighborhood,
Yes, we're good.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
but-
Brown.
From just the time I was on the Board of Adjustment and then thinking about this issue, it seems to me that we can eliminate some of the staff time by having more explicit requirements that the application will be in this format, it will have these items, it will be sent to us electronically, and then it's just a matter of putting that on a website.
Right.
It's not a matter of, Ashley, can you make me a copy of this so I can take it home and study it?
Right.
You know, that's the
Mhm.
difference. Most cities, a number of cities post building permit applications electronically, including the prints.
And we have made great strides, I think, toward automation,
Yes.
which is what you're talking about. We're not there yet. It is always a work in progress, but it is light years from.
I have taken every single form that the city has.
That's-
and made every single form fillable.
Yeah, they used to not even.
Well,
They used to not.
Yeah.
right, and I think if we came up with a standard and you don't accept the application unless it's in
Yeah.
this electronic format where all you have to do is put it on the website, that eliminates a lot of that.
Yes.
And the same thing with the variances, because there's additional attachments to that.
Yes. And so
But
I think we're making
And you
progress.
can see a lot of
Yes.
those, if you look at other city websites, you see that they have that standard and have a requirement that unless you've presented us a complete application
Yes. And we did actually a lot
in
of
this format, we
Yeah.
do not mark it as filed.
Yeah, we did a lot of research. I say we. Wendy Hunley did a lot of research on that topic. We did find some options. We have made a lot of progress. It is a work in progress. I do think that's the end goal, and I also think that we have posted for some of the positions that you're aware of that are unfilled. As we get some of those positions filled, it's going to give us more bandwidth to do some of these other administrative things. It's not best in use, highest and best use of Carrie's time to do some of those administrative items. But I do think as we kind of get our feet under us in terms of staffing and then continue to make the progress on the technology front, I think we're going to get there. It just may be not quite as soon as we would like. But is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I'll just add that, like utility billing, I am working on an encode merger. It's extremely difficult. I have had even less support than utility billing that is no fault of staff. So these reports will be really easy to run once I'm able to do a full conversion, but that conversion, which I originally anticipated being done in July, has gotten pushed out through Encode. So some of this will be really easy to run. I don't know if there's an Encode ability to post the applications online. That would be something for me to look into. My just general in the office concern about posting applications even even if I had time to redact applications, is that I get requested, most of the time when I get requested this list, the list that Shanti's provided me, which is public information, anybody's able to request anytime, is from vendors and solicitors. And they want that information for roofing sales or stuff. So if there's a way that I can be the gatekeeper a little bit and of course provide within the bounds of the law all of the information somebody wants, maybe not make it, you know, as readily available to download for solicitation, I feel like that's something that the residents appreciate. So it's a balance. I, you know, am fully open and transparent. Anytime someone wants to see something, I will be glad to send anything that I can send electronically or set a time to meet with anybody in person, spend as much time as they wish going through it. There is a privacy aspect that I try to manage as well.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay. Is there action? I don't think there's action on this, but it's council's
Okay.
decision if there is.
Good.
Cool. All right, with that, we will move on to item number 17, discussion and possible action regarding the status of the city's official zoning map, including incorporation of the action by the council on September 16, 2020 to reflect 6 Pleasant Cove as residential and the status of work undertaken by WSB Engineering with respect to the zoning map as authorized by the council at its May 19, 2021 meeting, item 9. Ms. Brown, I will recognize you as this is your item. I do have some information related to the WSB issue that I'll try not to mess up, but I'll let you lay out and lay out
Okay.
the item and open up the discussion, and then I'll add a little bit to it.
When you go to the city's website, there's not an official zoning map. When you look at the ordinance, there's some important requirements for an official zoning map. That is that it's signed by the mayor, it's attested by the city secretary, bears the seal of the city, is maintained so that each time a zoning change is made, it is reflected in a particular way on that map. It is the map from which any one of us, if we wanted to make a zoning change or someone comes to us with a zoning change, that's the base map. Looking at doing the comprehensive plan, we have to have a base map from which we start for any zoning changes that we'll do in the comprehensive plan. I've been asking the question of what's the status of our zoning map for about 6 or 8 months, and I still don't know what the status of our zoning map is. So I'd like to hear what the status of our zoning map is. I know we have the one that's on the website. A year ago, there was one dated 2018 that was on the website. Then it was made unofficial, and there was another map that was 2014. So I'd like to get an explanation of where we stand with the zoning map, whether we have an official zoning map. If we don't have an official zoning map, what steps we need to take to come into compliance with our ordinance with respect to the zoning map.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman. So
It looks like we hired and paid someone to develop a zoning map, WSB, but
So sort of. So
Based-
that's the part. I'll address the WSB part, and I'll try not to mess it up. And then I'll try to tag team the remainder of the conversation with Sarah, because we have had this discussion many times about the zoning map, and there's a variety of reasons why we haven't ever quite gotten it together. But I'll start with the WSB, because I believe, as I recall, previous councils had similar concerns to yours. We had similar concerns that there were, well, I'll speak for myself. I know for a fact that our old zoning map was incorrect because
Which one?
all of them, because it shows South Crest Drive going all the way through to Bee Caves.
Some of them do, some of them don't.
All of them that I've seen do have that particular problem. But anyway, so one of the solutions that we engaged in, and it's been well over a year now, I think, was the WSB that you mentioned. At last month's meeting, I mentioned, and I altered your proposed agenda item slightly on some of the updates that we were going to try to do for new council members or all council, related to the IIP and the CIP and the facilities assessment. If you'll remember, I tweaked some of that language so that it would include those, but it didn't. They weren't exclusive to those three. One of the things that I mentioned at that meeting last month was that I also wanted you to all have an update on the GIS process, the GIS project that WSB was hired to do. I still want to do that. We're going to do that, and I still need to kick the tires on it as well. What I am told, where I'm told that project lies, and that we'll be briefed on, is that it has been completed as of Q3.
What is the project?
So it is not just the zoning. So it did include an overlay of our zoning map, but it's not just zoning. But the whole point of that WSB project and the GIS mapping is so that then we have a digital overlay of those two maps, of water, of infrastructure, of all of easements, of pressure zones, fire hydrants, utility easements, all of those items, so that you can go, and it's an interactive map, as I understand it, plats. So it's an interactive map that you go through and literally check. I want to see the zoning map overlaid with the fire hydrant map overlaid with the easement map, right? And so all of those things overlay on to one digital map of the city. That was the WSB GIS mapping project. The zoning is a piece of that, but we wanted to get that project completed before we then go in and if you'll step to the mic. The project is completed, but now we need to transfer the licensing to our engineer, correct? K-Freeze?
Yes, so we hired WSB to undertake this special project. K-Freeze are our regular engineers, so we need to transfer the licensing from the work that WSB has done to K-Freeze, and then K-Freeze can do kind of a final flush review over that.
And then we can have access to all the bells and whistles and
we have access to it now.
okay.
What I have it, Public Works has it, Ashley has it. We can go in and pull all of that material up right now.
So it's relatively fresh. I haven't even been briefed on it yet. I haven't gone through. Staff has been briefed on how to use it, but I would say we're not proficient with it yet, correct? And then when that happens, then we can pull up the zoning map, and then we can, as I understand it, part of this project is that we now have the ability to make real-time changes if we find, like my example of the incorrect South Crest going all the way, we can change those in real time now.
Yes, and water lines. We found a connected water line, I think yesterday, that was supposed to be inactive.
Okay.
So those are updates that Public Works can find in the field, take GPS coordinates, send it to the engineers, and they can immediately input it into the map.
And that's not about the zoning question that you have, but our goal then is to the automation thing we were talking about a minute ago. Our goal then is to have Public Works be able to be in the field with say, a laptop or an iPad and be able to make real-time changes to our official sort of suite of maps. In that case, it would be related to water lines, but we can also engage in that same sort of update where we see mistakes with the zoning map. Now, we'll have to work with council and others to make sure that we make those corrections in a proper way, but we are aware that there are some inaccuracies on some of that. But the point was to try to get that map overlay GIS system in place so that we could make those digital corrections, and then we can have access to it.
Well, it seems to me that that project is geared toward the utility systems, and that the ordinance with respect to a zoning map is so that you know the specific uses and the zoning district that each property lies within. And I don't hear that we're getting to that point. You know, the zoning map is something that is used with respect to people buying and selling property and determining what use can be made of the property. It doesn't need the bells and whistles of where the water lines are for that property. And it has a different kind of purpose. So, I still don't know.
So I agree with
even,
that.
Even if we get this map done,
Yeah.
somebody's gonna have to take the zoning map showing the zoning districts. I don't think either of the maps on the wall are a zoning map.
Correct.
They're gonna have to take a map that shows the zoning districts from some point in time,
And they've done that.
and then they're gonna, well, let me finish. They're gonna have to determine whether each of the tracts of land on that zoning map reflect the city's official actions. For example, you know, we know that Six Pleasant Cove is a residential property. We know the council has taken action to zone it as residential, that it was carved out of what was the Optimus tract. But there's no zoning map that shows that that's zoned residential.
Right.
And, you know, the process that's outlined in the ordinance is that each time a zoning change is adopted by the council, it's to be reflected on the map, the zoning map.
Right.
So at the current time, we're in limbo with respect to a zoning map, and I don't know what kind of legal consequence that has for us.
Agreed.
Yes, so I'm more particularly concerned with when we'll get to an official zoning map than when we'll get to an electronic version of maps with overlays. Because I'm not sure that even meets the definition of zoning map, official zoning map that's in our ordinance.
Right. So part of that equation, though, is where does that map live? Where does it live? Right now, it lives in
It doesn't matter where it lives. We gotta get it done.
Well, it does if you need to print it out. It absolutely matters where
we
it
gotta
lives.
get
Like
it
if I
done.
said, hey, go print out if I ask you right now, hand me a zoning map, what would you do?
I would go get the unofficial 2018 L&V zoning map and say that this is the hard copy that I have the digital version.
Right.
And I did supply each parcel's zoning designation to WSB to input that information. Now we just need a flat copy.
No, what we need
I
and what the ordinance requires
I understand.
is that the mayor and the secretary sign off that map reflects the official action of the city.
And
with
here's where I am, Councilwoman.
with respect to zoning.
Here's where I am, Councilwoman. We are doing our best to provide that. But this council and the two councils previous, which I've served on, were tried to be very diligent with a new focus on proper record keeping and appropriate record keeping. Past that, I cannot speak to the councils or what their priorities were, but I can tell you that focus to our staff and to the councils themselves did not seem to exist. So when you say we have to go back and see if that matches with all the official action, I agree with you. But the practicality of how to go about that in a non-digitized world and in a record keeping that lived at PDG and L&V for the most part, many of which, in my opinion, are records that probably don't exist today, it is a difficult task. We are doing our best, and part of us doing a better job of it is to get it digitized so that as we go through each parcel and try to make sure that it was done correctly and figure out how to research those past actions of past councils, that we can do that. But it is it is much easier said than done.
Let me ask this question. This is, there's the 2014 map. Is it not electronic?
I don't think any of those are electronic, are they?
Is there an electronic base to the 2014 map or to the 2018 zoning map?
Well, chair's not advised. Do you know?
I have a PDF.
I'm
copy of
sorry?
it. I have a PDF copy of it.
Can we not get that from L&B?
Possibly.
Has anyone asked?
I got a file dump from them when we parted ways last year.
Yeah, we can look through and see what we have from
Is that
L&B.
when the official zoning map, the 2018 map was made unofficial and the 2014 map was?
The 2014 was before my time, so I can't speak to the 2014. The 2018, I remember us, I've slept way too many times since 2018. Sarah, do you remember what we did on that one?
I do not.
I don't either.
I was not the.
I know you were.
I
I
was here when it came to council. This was not my role when it came to council.
What came to council? I'm
The
sorry.
2018 unofficial zoning map, and what I remember of that action was that there were some questions made regarding a couple of the lines, like near Delana, and then a couple of properties that are on the border between Westlake and Rollingwood and pay partial property tax to Rollingwood and partial property tax to Westlake, and how to allocate. Those are the issues that I remember being brought up at the time, and that was the impetus for, as I remember it, not selecting a map. Is that going to have, if we adopt a map and then find out later that there was that you carved out property, are we losing out on that tax money? So I think that was
Losing
my
out,
recollection
I'm
of
sorry,
concern.
I couldn't hear that. Are we losing out on?
If we improperly publicly record parcels that have been carved out of the map for purposes of zoning designation, could that later hurt us as far as property tax dollars are concerned? And I don't know the answer. I just remember that was a question that.
Yeah, I don't think that would affect the tax dollars, because that's going to be determined by the city's boundaries, not the zoning of the property. So I don't see any problem that arises because of that.
Yeah. And I don't remember that. I mean,
I just remember the boundary issues that were pointed out on that zoning map. I'm agnostic. We need a zoning map, 100%. It must be adopted by council.
yes. And the good news is I do think we're closer to having that through this GIS. When do we anticipate transferring that the license, or whatever we call it, the license from WSB to K-Freeze?
I think we could transfer the license in the next month and get them trained up and get any loose ends wrapped up. The zoning, all of the layers are built. It's done.
And what does it take us to consult with K-Freeze to focus first on the zoning piece, because it would be
I think
K-Freeze.
that's something we
that would-
could talk about at next week's K-Freeze meeting
K-Freeze
with them
meeting.
and just
Okay.
say, get that on the agenda to bring that map
So you
for
think that
approval.
someone has created the zoning layer?
They have,
Who is that?
WSB,
Okay, and what have they created it from?
from documents provided to them from
By the
what?
city, including the 2018 and 2014 maps, as well as the deeds for the park, the transaction regarding Six Pleasant. Those were the,
So all of that was provided to them, and they've been inputting it into this grand thing, this grand digital map.
I gave them every plat, all of the original plats, so all of that has been incorporated to create this new zoning map.
And then, and not to oversimplify it, and once we figure out how to click all the buttons, we can then print it, manipulate it, figure out if it's correct, get with K-Freeze, figure out how to double check all of that, correct?
Well, and then you, the mayor, are gonna have to sign it.
Well, yeah, I've got to bring it to you all to approve it, and then I sign it.
Right. And zoning map has to be, I would suggest you make sure that you can maintain the zoning map separate and apart from the other layers, because there are specific requirements that are tied
Yes.
to that map.
We will definitely do that. Don't let me.
What I
forget-
haven't
Don't
done
let me
is-
forget to do that.
I'm sorry?
I said, don't let me forget to do that. Okay.
But I think it's high time we get it at the top of the list.
We agree. We agree. And I won't burden you with, like, we are no longer with the same engineering group that we were with back when, so.
But
We've been down a
you
lot
know,
of we've been down a lot of roads and rabbit holes, but I agree with your fundamental premise. There are a host of winding roads that put us to where we are today, but I agree with your premise.
And the other thing, I think we need to make sure when we use an outside vendor, that the property that they create is our
you're
property.
preaching
and
to-
that we maintain
you are
our ability to
Preaching
control
to
it.
the choir. I
Yes.
agree with you, and I do not know why
That's-
former councils
there's-
did not demand that, but it was not ever demanded.
Okay.
There were
We're-
some issues that things were developed in programs that we did not have a license for. Right? So you can get a GIS system, but like if we don't have a computer that has that program on it, then,
Right.
you
Yes.
know, then there's nothing that we can do with it.
Yeah.
And another reason why we need.
But I agree with that when we parted ways with PDG. I mean, I was appalled that, like, theoretically we owned it, but okay, you own what? Like, where is it? I mean, so I agree with you, which is why I think the past 6 or 7 years, there's been a kind of a concerted effort to try to bring things in-house, or where we couldn't bring it in-house, we had some better contracting and some better assurances that we do own the intellectual property. And in some instances, not intellectual property, but
The program.
the actual property. So,
Well, no, if we own the data file,
right.
but if we do not have a license for the program that you put the data file into to be able to look at it, then
Yeah.
it
Enjoy.
doesn't do us any good.
Well, we shouldn't be contracting and not getting that authority.
Agree.
Maybe
Well,
more
there's-
complicated
For
than that.
GIS, there's only one commercial, I think. ArcGIS is like the big one. Then there's a free program too. So even if we don't have, if it's in that format, we might be able to load it into QGIS, which is a free.
All of these going forward and what WSB has done for us is input all of this into our GIS.
Okay.
And I actually remember parts of that conversation, although you were speaking Greek to me. Like, you could just speak Italian if you wanted, and I still wouldn't understand it. But I do remember parts of that conversation, and I think Sarah brought it up at the time that we contracted for some of this. Like, hey, it has to be in a format that carries forward.
Well, but a lot of those computer programs have annual licensing
It's a couple
fees.
$1,000 a
And,
year.
and if you don't have somebody on staff that knows how to run it,
Hmm.
then there's no point paying the licensing fee.
Well, the other thing I'm worried about is like what you're kind of talking about, like the security of it, like how can we track like someone didn't go change the line or
Right.
move the, anyway. Okay.
Apparently somebody thought about that.
My last comment will be that the city does have license for ArcGIS. We spent the money. It was budgeted for with this project so that we own a license for this material. WSB currently also has a license to it, and that's what we will be transferring to Cape Reese.
Oh, so we like either help them purchase it or something like that, or why would they transfer?
I think it was included in their
Okay.
bid price,
Okay,
and
okay.
then it was part of their contract, and then when they are completed, then to send it right.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I would recommend is that we update ourselves at each meeting until we get this done.
We will place this on the next agenda. And again, it will be, we'd already talked, like I said, we talked last month about wanting to give you this GIS mapping update. We will do that, and with special emphasis and enthusiasm on the zoning portion of it.
I think, yes.
Okay, I promise.
Okay.
I just promised. So let's circle the wagons on that whole enchilada. Okay. All right, any other items on item number 17? We will place it on the
Yeah.
agenda for the next
Great.
council meeting.
Great.
We're
I
good
think
to
if
go.
we plug away at it, we'll get it done. If we throw up our hands.
And I
we
may
won't.
actually, just so you know, Councilwoman, I will probably, just full disclosure, I probably will go ahead and let's go ahead and let's do a full brief. Let's get WSB to come in and give us a presentation on this next month. And we'll just knock that out then. We will have further discussion among us about the zoning piece of it, but let's go ahead and have WSB come in and just do the presentation.
All right.
Cool. All right, moving on from item number 17.
And thank you for all the update. It helps.
Yes, ma'am. It was actually helpful
Okay.
for me as well. Okay, moving on to item number 18, discussion and possible action to set dates for public workshops on the comprehensive plan and discuss tentative dates with respect to the consideration and adoption of the comprehensive plan. This is a carry forward from last month, and Ms. Brown is the author of this one, and I will turn it over to her to lay out.
What you'll see in this agenda item is that in consultation with Tom Farrell, we've taken the comprehensive plan, broken it into 3 parts, and then are suggesting that we conduct 3 different workshops so that we can get any further public input that people want to give us with respect to the comprehensive plan. Once those 3 workshops are finished, then I've listed the further tasks for getting the comprehensive plan adopted. These tasks come from one of the very first publications when the comprehensive plan strike force was adopted. There's a 3-page paper on the city website that identifies what the process is for finalizing and adopting the comprehensive plan. So those are the tasks that are scheduled tentative dates for the remaining tasks. So I think the first order of business is, and one further thing, Tom Farrell would have been here to talk tonight, but is not able to attend. He's had a COVID exposure. So but he has also agreed to lead the discussion for each of those workshops with respect to the comprehensive plan. I've added to the workshop at the mayor's request for workshop one, certain other items, well, actually, I guess I took them out. I thought I was gonna add them, but then I wasn't sure we were gonna have them done.
No problem.
The CIP being one of them.
Yeah.
And so I think we should move forward with the workshops on the comprehensive plan, get any further, it's both an educational workshop and for receipt of any further public comments. So I'd ask that we set those dates. My thought is that we schedule the workshops for an hour, do them separate from a council meeting, just so that we can get the input. People can come at the beginning, know that they're here for an hour, devote that much time to it.
So let me ask you this. I'm happy to do them. Well, you and I spoke, and I'm happy to try to schedule them separate from the council meetings, but I would also like to possibly, depending on what we have and what.
Or do them the hour before the council meeting
So,
starts.
yes, so what I'm thinking is, because I'd like to front load as much of this as possible, because I do think that once we get you all up to speed, and any residents or constituents who would also like to be up to speed. But once we get council up to speed, I would like to pretty quickly move into a discussion about next steps with relation to those, particularly those, because as you and I talked, we're going to have a discussion around the comprehensive plan. But parts of that comprehensive plan also incorporate items that this council needs to be updated on, related to infrastructure, related to the CIP, related to infrastructure improvement plan, related to the facility needs assessment. So I'd like to combine, where appropriate, those big ticket items
Right.
that need discussion, and that there kind of is a separate body of work that's already occurred. But where some of that prior work overlaps with items in the comprehensive plan, I'd like to have that discussion, because again, these are work sessions, no action is going to be taken. It's about education, it's about everybody kind of getting on the same page. I'd like to have those discussions sort of jointly.
You'll see that the comprehensive plan, each of those, the CIP, the IIP, the spatial needs study, the park master plan, all of those are addressed in the comprehensive plan. And so each of those will.
Right.
And
And that was just for the record.
An appendix to the.
And I've said this, I know, publicly when I was on council, just for the record. That was always my goal with the comprehensive plan, is to get all of those things
Yes.
in one spot.
Right. And I think they're incorporated, and we can identify those specifically, again, with the notice on these workshops, and I'm happy to do a draft on that. The thing I don't know, or I haven't, don't know how you planned, are you gonna call in the consultant that did those?
So
other-
that's probably not on the spatial needs assessment, just because we've kind of, I'm not gonna say we parted ways, but they did their work. It's great. It's kind of self-explanatory. I think we can cobble together an explanation of that. So probably not on that one, but certainly we'll bring the professionals at Cape Freeze in who did the IIP, who's doing the CIP. So certainly that is probably, I think they're both Cape Freeze, right? So so those will both be Cape Freeze. So that's pretty easy, because that's our engineer. So on those two, we'll bring them in, and then staff will kind of walk you through the spatial needs assessment. So I think that answered your question.
Right. Well, all of those would be in this first workshop.
Great.
And I know we've got, there's a lot on the plate right now, so I think
So what I'd like to do, I do think it's important for us to have Tom here and maybe some others.
And Tom says his schedule is fairly free. We talked about the notion of having one between now and the next city council meeting, maybe have workshop one, but I'm thinking based on what we've talked about tonight with the billing system issues, that there's just not time to do that properly this month.
Okay, so I tend to agree with you because of that reason. And I appreciate you recognizing that. So my thought would be to try to do one maybe before the next council meeting, because that's kind of already on our calendars. And then
Do one on the date of the council meeting.
on the date of the council meeting, an hour.
At a time before the council
Yeah,
meeting.
if we start at 7, and maybe we start, I don't know, is 5 too, I know 5 could be hard. 5:30,
So working from home.
5:05.
Just if we start at 5 and we go to midnight, then you've got dinner in there somewhere.
I tell you what, I'll throw this out as a compromise. What I'd like to do is maybe do a 2-hour work session on this first one, because I do think there's some big
There's a lot of
issues,
stuff
a lot
in
of
there.
meat. And if everybody will commit to kind of going light on the agenda, then we can cover a lot of ground 5 to 7. And if we, we'll cover what we need to in the agenda, but then we could keep agenda kind of light from 7 to whenever we finish. Let's see how that goes. And if we can commit to that among council, we will then send out a doodle poll to try to decide when and what time the one in between the next council meeting and the one after that. Council Member Robinson pointed out that the March meeting is currently scheduled
For spring break.
spring break. And so what I'd like to do is come to the next council meeting with an idea of when we could do workshop number 2 on the comprehensive plan, whatever it may be. I'd like to come to the next council meeting after having sent you all a doodle poll, so we have a sense when we come into the next meeting of when the next work session 2 would occur, and also what a possible date for the next council meeting if we were to move it off of that spring break date. So we'll commit tonight to do a 5 to 7 work session at the next council meeting for workshop number 1 on
Okay.
comprehensive plan. And then I will come to the next council meeting with an idea and a proposal
When we do.
for work session number 2 and the March meeting.
Okay.
And then we can make those decisions at the next meeting on adopting that next work session and doing moving the next council meeting, the March council
Great.
meeting. Does that work?
That sounds good to me.
You understand all that? Okay. That was a lot of talking. I'm not sure that
Okay, you need a motion?
I don't think I need no, I think I'm good. If you're all are good with that plan, we will do a work session 5 to 7 before the next meeting, and then you will get a doodle poll. Please fill it out. I'll probably include Tom on the one. When I say Ms. Wayman will probably include Tom on the one related to the work session.
All 3.
You want to try to
He will do the comprehensive plan discussion for all
For all
3
of 'em.
work-
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The comprehensive plan piece for all 3 workshops.
And when we send that doodle, maybe we'll try to do, if we've already committed to 1. Do you think 3 is enough?
I think 3 is enough.
Okay. So we'll probably
And-
include all 3 on that. So we're committed on 1. We'll send you a doodle poll on 2 and 3. And then
Great.
and then also a doodle poll on what your preferences are to move the March meeting. So if you're
Okay.
cool with all of that, we'll just make it happen, and that's how we'll proceed.
Right.
Okey doke. Any other action, any other discussion on item number 7? No,
And I think-
item number 18.
Oh, sorry. One other thing on 18 is that we post the notice of the workshops on the first page of the website.
Consider it done.
Okay, and I'll do a little paragraph for each of the workshops.
Okay,
that
great.
Y'all can
Now, just so you know,
send to you and Ms. Wayman, and y'all can come up with a final, but it'll,
perfect. And just so
Be
you know,
summary.
too, and I don't know, this is a question, and I may get in trouble for broaching it, but what, so just so you know, when we put things on the quote-unquote front page, it's on that scrolling thing. I certainly don't know how to do it any other way. Is there another way to do it?
So on that same front page, we have an option for latest news and public notices. I think those are potentially easier. That one up top generally runs through a few things that are always there, and it can get muddled. We always have like security patrol, request form, things that people know to look for there. We have the comp plan web pages there right now, MOPAC. But on the latest news is where generally when we post any kind of new notice, I start with it there and then they link to that front page. Yes, right there.
yeah, that's
as well
where
as public
the
notice.
Are you
latest
good?
news.
You're good with that?
Yes.
Okay. cool.
Because it takes about 3 clicks to get to the comprehensive plan.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
But
So-
above that, it scrolls through.
Yeah,
That thing,
Yeah,
right there.
right.
Yeah.
I think the latest news
Okay.
portion is people's kind of scroll down to that.
Mhm.
Okay.
We also have an option for that banner across the top, and sometimes when there's nothing else like important going on, I throw stuff on there that people can just see it first thing when they open it up. So
Okay.
Okay.
happy to use all those resources.
Okay. Consider it done.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Any other discussion or action on item number 18? Hearing none, we will move on to item number, we've done 19 earlier. We'll move on to item number 20, discussion and possible action to review and alter residential construction ordinances and policies. And I'll recognize Sarah to lay this one out, and then we'll talk more about it.
I'm not sure how much of some of these things are actually in our ordinances and how much of it is a policy and how much of it is we don't have either one, and so it's unregulated at this point. But a month or two ago, I had a call from a resident who was concerned about what they would be faced here in the next, and may have started already, but in their neck of the woods, there will be 7 residential construction projects right around them. And so the, all of these things that are not necessarily a problem if it's just one project going on, when you have that many of them all together, it's a concern. And I realize that we are short-staffed. We are short-staffed. We also have limited resources. But so trying to understand and make sure everybody has a clear understanding of what the rules are and who enforces them. And from the standpoint of the residents who are living nearby these projects, as well as the contractors who are busy trying to build their project, and the building official, the inspectors, the police department, whoever is supposed to be enforcing these things. I just think that we really need to make sure that we have laid out what our policy is. And the potential for safety issues, I think, is very, very high, especially when you have that many projects all in the same place. And I've kind of made a list of the things that I have noticed just as I've been walking through the neighborhood, and things that have been brought up to me by various residents. But, you know, where on the property can you put these things, like the construction fence, the silt fence, the construction material staging for the project, the porta potties, they're dumpsters, they're all of this sort of thing. Right now, we have construction fences that are going at the curb. And especially on corner lots, that is very dangerous and blocks visibility, especially blocks visibility of intersections. You can't see what's around the corner. We've got so many kids that are out riding on their little e-bikes and their scooters and their everything else. Not necessarily complying with proper vehicle guidelines on which part of the street they should be riding on and whether they have lights and everything. But if you have them coming across an intersection that's blocked with a construction fence that you can't see somebody coming, somebody's gonna get run over. And I just would like us to take a look at this, get the input from building officials, from this police department, and come up with, construction fences need to be out
So my
behind
question,
the right of way.
I've got a question for you. So is the goal of this exercise to inform the builders or the neighbors?
Everybody.
And I'm fine with either.
The
I'm
goal
fine with
is-
either. I think knowing the audience maybe informs us how to go about constructing the.
Well, I think, first of all, we need to figure out what is safe and what we are going to, what our expectations are, and how we need to implement that so that it's enforceable.
Okay. Ms. Brown?
I saw yesterday afternoon, about 5:15, a front end loader that was picking up a piece of concrete the size of 2 of these tables put together. There's no construction fence around the property, and the front end loader was picking it up to about 10 or 15 feet high and dropping it repeatedly, trying to break it up. There were kids on the street. It's a smaller lot. There was no fence around it. It looked like a disaster waiting to happen.
Out of curiosity, when did you say that was?
I'm sorry,
When did you say that?
yesterday afternoon.
Okay, that helps me understand.
Fidel and I were
I-
going to a 6 o'clock dinner. and
I
here
had some
was-
I had some observations on that particular contractor myself. So
Yes.
get with me tomorrow and I'd like to review who that contractor
But
was.
it might be helpful as a start to say, here's the, just get Carrie to brief us. Here's what our rules are right now. And then tell us what you need to do enforcement.
Yeah, and I think not to get
If that helps.
too far down, but I noticed some issues with that demolition yesterday too. They should have had a water hose out there, and
I'm sorry?
they should have had a water hose out there. There was way too much dust,
There was a huge amount of dust
Yeah.
every time that.
and there's a way to mitigate that, and it's pretty straightforward and easy. And it was done on mine when they demoed it. And
And it's a requirement by ordinance.
right,
And please call me.
yeah. Ms. Kaler, can you hop up for a minute?
Yes.
Let's dance. I'll lead. So, what do we have? What do we have now in terms of guidance? Let's start with builders. What do we have now? Well, no, anybody. What do we have now in terms of, like, do we have an FAQ? What do we have?
We have an FAQ regarding zoning regulations. It does not, for the most part, cover building regulations. That's typically something, not typically, that is something that we discuss in pre-construction meetings.
Okay.
But a zoning FAQ for residents, property owner, or a construction FAQ for residents would be helpful. These are things that I cover with general contractors.
And then let's go down the pre-construction meeting road for a minute. So when you have a pre-construction meeting, do you have I assume you have sort of a checklist of things you go over with them?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think, like, what we're talking about here, would it lend itself to an FAQ? Maybe a separate FAQ, or in addition to the one we have? I think separate in my mind. Would you agree?
I have a form. When it's a form that could be signed by contractor. As we've been trying to get away from this hard paper, scan it into the system, it's something that I've just had because ATS, who are building inspectors, it is me, ATS, and the contractor. ATS does their inspection form saying that we covered pre-construction meeting. But I do have a form that goes through all of the items, which includes requirement for silt fence, water for dust control, dumpsters.
And so at the end of the day, should we do an FAQ, or should we just do a one-pager that says, like, here are all the requirements?
I think a one page is probably sufficient, or a web page that has everything with links to the code.
How much effort, and do you have the time? Could you go through? I think these are good examples that Sarah's offered. Can you go through our ordinances and pull out, or at least answer sort of these questions? And then I think here's my thought. Maybe by the time we come back next time, you can put together a memo that sort of says, here's what's on the books, here's how we handle it, and just kind of a bullet. You don't have to, it's not your opus, but just like, here's what it is. And then also I would think, along with that memo, providing council and myself a copy of what is that pre-construction checklist that you go over, because I think that it's good, obviously, that you're having that and that there's some level of expectation of the builder. There may be components of that pre-construction checklist, though, that would be good on an FAQ and also good for this council to be apprised of, because there could be things that if the residents knew, could offer a level of accountability to something that the builder has already agreed to in their pre-con meeting. And so just kind of aligning those two groups to know, hey, here's what you signed off on, and everybody else knows it's what you signed off on too. There could be components of that pre-con meeting that we actually included in an FAQ or a one-pager that I think would kind of put everybody on the same page.
I fully agree.
So my thought, if you're amenable and if it meets your approval, maybe by the time we come back next, a memo, a copy of your pre-con, and then maybe your recommendation of like, hey, here's how we kind of merge the worlds. Is that helpful?
It is, and we also need to figure out who's going to enforce.
Yes.
Who's going to enforce these?
So I think what I envision is part of your memo, and again, it doesn't need to be like, don't kill yourself, but in my mind, it's I see a memo that's kind of broken up, and it's not too difficult for you to, because you're just going to kind of cover these. Here's what the ordinance is. Here's how I deal with it. To include enforcement, and sort of I'm not going to say a recommendation, but sort of if you want to call it a recommendation or thoughts or whatever, if it's something that council needs to give a little bit more, if you're just twisting in the wind and you have no ability to enforce and it's just words on a page, then let them know, and they can make a policy decision whether they want to do something about that.
Absolutely. Construction fence is a really good example. It's something that most builders opt to provide, but it's not something required by ordinance. So it's a real,
Well, and to me, it's not so much do they have it or not, but it's like, where can they put it?
sure.
Right.
Because we have have a lot of construction fences that are put at the curb.
Mhm.
We had them put between the street and the lift stations.
Right.
Mhm.
So then they're not, lift station's not accessible for city staff when they need
Right.
to be
Right.
getting in there. They blocked out water meters. They, all kinds of, there's a bunch of them. We had big, strong winds, so there's a bunch of construction fences that have blown over into the street because they're right there at the curb. So there's all kinds of issues there, and if it's not something that they even have to put in, but they do, and we don't tell them where they're allowed to put it, they're gonna give themselves as much room as they can. And they're not considering whether or not people on the street can see what's coming when they're driving down the street. So,
Okay. Agreed.
but the enforcing,
And generally speaking, for something like that, if it's something that's brought to my attention, especially corner lot, vision clearance, I
Have
try to
some-
catch everything, can't catch everything. So if it's something that I'm aware of, people are generally pretty accommodating of relocating if they are aware of
And
the
honestly, that's
issue.
why I would like to see your pre-con checklist, because there could be some ideas that council or I have that's really easy for us to ask you to just include on your pre-con meeting, because in a pre-con meeting, you could tell the contractor, like, if you're gonna do a fence, awesome, but make sure you keep it back off the
Absolutely.
right of way.
Yep.
On turn, like, you can't be obstructing views. Like,
Yep.
we're happy that you have it, but also make sure, like, there could be things like that that are really easy for you to cover in a pre-con meeting that just get done.
Absolutely.
One last thing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Carrie.
Yesterday, I took some video
Mm-hmm.
of that exact thing that you described,
Mm-hmm.
and there was so much dust, and there was no water being thrown there, and there was a kid playing basketball right next door, and I can just imagine all that pollution, and people leave their windows open, and if you want it, I will send it to you.
I saw it firsthand, so I had to, but I drove by and thought, huh.
That's when you're talking about.
Yes.
So I parked there and I took the video. It's just 10 and 14 seconds. I can send it to you.
Send it to us.
I mean, so when you have your pre-con or post-con or whatever.
Yep. We may have,
and say, look, this is what y'all did.
we may have a post-con with them.
Post-con.
Yeah.
Sounds like a postcard.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, send it to us. That'd be great.
Yeah, okay.
well, I called yesterday and Chief came over with one of the other officers because contractor across the street, working across the street from me, was parked facing the wrong direction, right? So driver's door to the curb on my side of the street as opposed to on the side of the street that he was working on, running a generator on his truck, and the power cord was running all the way across the street for him to work on the property, and I went, okay.
Running it across the street?
Yeah, because his truck was parked on my side of the street
Oh.
as opposed to the side of the street that he was working on. So he had to get the power over there, so the
That's
cord was
terrible.
running across the street.
Well, it's also terrible for your extension cord. That totally will ruin your extension cord.
Seemed a public safety hazard.
And that, but
So.
it'll also ruin your extension cord. Yes, no,
But
I
anyway,
think that's a
there's
good.
just lots of this stuff going on, and the construction is not slowing down, so.
Yeah.
I just think we need to get a handle on it because,
Well, happy to entertain action on this one. Otherwise, we will plan to bring some information back to you all for consideration next month.
that sounds good to me.
Okay. Just point out to everyone listening at home and all of our friends here that the mayor and department reports are available for you, posted on the agenda, at the bottom of the agenda, for your reading pleasure. And
Oh, I have a question.
yes, ma'am.
Where where can you go to find resolutions on the website? Or are they available on a website or not?
This gets to our earlier.
They're not.
This gets to my
no.
earlier rant. Take it away.
They're not available on our website. We do have them all electronically, most of them that we know of, as well as hard copy here. I think at one time we spoke with Municode, which is the company that does our codification.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as ordinances, we send them for codification. From here on out, they're going to be cataloged in their system. But that wasn't part of it, was to catalog previous, ordinances or resolutions. But we do have them all here at City Hall.
So we have them here. We have been trying to digitize, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, but we've been trying to digitize them methodically. Correct?
I believe they're all digitized.
And we did that in the Municode contract. Is that when we did it?
Those are just digitized in our files. So we do have electronic copies of most every. There are a few here and there, particularly on the ordinance list that I know for sure, or it shows like here's where an ordinance should be, and they're generally very old if they're missing,
Well, okay.
It's been difficult. It's been hit
So
or miss.
for resolution, there's nowhere you can go and get a copy of a resolution.
I know.
Okay.
No, you can ask me for it. And we'll
Okay.
be happy to
And the
provide
problem
it.
is that gets to my earlier earlier comments, because where you're going with that, and I have a problem with it too. Like, I don't know what to. If I can't go peruse them, I don't know what to ask you for. So it's a chicken and the egg situation.
Right.
If they're not cataloged or they're not, like, there's no.
If they're digitized where you can do a word search, it's not that big a problem. But
Looks like
then you're having everybody come.
we have a hand raised.
Oh, thank you,
Oh,
Mr. Hinton.
John?
Mr. Hinton, would you like to speak? We see you.
Yes, I would. I know the hour's late, so this will be 60 seconds. I'd just like to make a couple of comments on Sarah's last comment in her briefing memo, which was what can be built in the setbacks. And this is an issue that, in my opinion, involves conflicting resident positions. For example, folks that want to build swimming pools with concrete aprons that are built in the setback and eliminate most of the pervious cover in the backyard. I've got two right behind me that do this, but there's lots in the city. Second, folks that have drainage issues on their property that were recreated by reduction of pervious cover throughout the city over time. And those folks believe that the city has the responsibility to pay to mitigate their own particular drainage problem. Third, there's a group of folks in the city that believe that the setback should include all impervious construction, should not include all impervious construction, and that the city should not pay for drainage problems. So you've got these. My personal view is that this issue is very important and needs to be aired with lots of community comment over a lot of time. And I also believe that we need to do something to address this situation, because the status quo with these conflicting situations and all of these drainage issues that have been created over the last 10 years is just not workable, in my opinion, as Rollingwood continues to redevelop. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Hinton. Sorry, we didn't catch that hand raised earlier. So we are working on that issue, Councilwoman Brown, and we will try to come up with a better way moving forward to document and catalog all of those resolutions.
Well, and I would say in response to Mr. Hinton that the comprehensive plan addresses some of those types of issues, but not in that level of detail. But we could set up and note when we have the workshop for the part of the comprehensive plan that deals with residential construction and residential requirements, that we note that and have people come talk to us about it.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm making myself a note on that.
Okay. I don't think we answered your question on the resolutions, but that at least gives you a sense of where we are on the cataloging of past resolutions.
Okay.
But we'll try to do better. And MuniCode is doing a better job now.
Right, with ordinances that go to them. Not every ordinance amends our code. So when it doesn't actually change something in the code, it doesn't get sent to them for then codification into the code. Some ordinances don't have an actual mechanism, adopting a budget, things like that are done.
It's like session law. Like there's no way for us to, like you just have to know what you're asking for. And that therein lies some of the difficulty with trying to double check. Like we did some research today, and it's just you sort of have to hunt and peck and work through the process. So it's not, we're not where we need to be on that portion of it. Now we are far ahead of, we have been conscious the last 5 or 6 years of we brought MuniCode on to get all of the ordinances digitized and searchable. We have counsel, Charlie's firm that will periodically go through and do recods for us, recodifications of the ordinances. And when they do those, it's kind of on a case by case. It's typically like if Charlie is in a code and he realizes that there are problems with that code, he'll recommend to staff like, hey, we probably need to rework, just like a discussion that we had earlier tonight.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Charlie.
No, that's exactly right. It's an ad hoc, as noticed, and as necessary basis.
Yeah. So that's kind of how we're bringing our codes up to speed. If you'll notice, if you go through our ordinances, most of them, I think 87 was apparently the last big recod. You'll see most of our ordinances were codified in 87. I don't know what happened that year, but that was a big year for bringing it all. So you'll see a number of our ordinances that's the last time they were touched, and so we're trying to bring those up to speed as we notice that they have problems. Okay. Again, reports are here for anyone. Anything else? Actually, there is nothing else because there's nothing on the agenda. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
A motion to adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no.
Aye.
Sounds unanimous. Thank you, everyone.
FYI, it's down to 44 degrees outside.